meeting. Friends, women's economic empowerment is central to realizing women's rights and gender equality, and very rightly stands as the motto of FLO. When we say the power to empower, we mean to create that enabling environment where women can participate equally in existing markets with the access to and control over productive resources, access to decent work, control over their own time, lives, bodies, and increased voice, agency, and meaningful participation in economic decision-making at all levels, from household to international institutions. Gender equality is important, not only as a human right, but as women have a key role to play in sustainable development and in achieving the Millennium Development Goals. There is a need to develop sustainable livelihood opportunities in our country and consequently enhance food security and increase the ability to manage livelihood options. Greater public financing of basic services is required to mitigate the intensification of the informal sector, the unpaid work, which has not been monetized or not been acknowledged, which needs to be done in this liberalization and privatization. Longer-term consequences of the crisis in masculinity need to be explored, including whether more healthy and equitable gender relations can be forged and need to be forged. Greater international commitment is necessary to regulate commercial interests and promote public regulation of labor standards, adequate working conditions, and support to workers' organizations. A decline in women's key roles in rural and even urban sectors in agriculture to secure the household food supply needs. It requires more policy attention. Women require supported opportunities for public participation in the face of the increasing workloads and gender biases and the structures and the processes for participation. The feminization of poverty is not only a phenomenon of increasing numbers, but has been used to illustrate the links between the social and the economic subordination of women. Increasing employment and household income does not necessarily lead to poverty reduction or an increase in household welfare of the woman herself. End of the day, it depends on who is controlling that income and for what means that income is used. So expenditure patterns tend to be gender specific, with women emphasizing food and basic needs for household consumption, whereas men tend to exercise greater rights over personal spending and prioritizing items for investment. Variability in the control of household income makes it all the more important for the model that we have mooted and we feel very strongly about, that sustainable livelihood would give women that economic empowerment, will give women the right to money in her own hands, the direct access and direct control over that. That is how, coming in as the 37th president and the first president from India's Northeast, sustainability was key to my mission here. And hence, this emphasis on sustainability grew. And today, on the second last day of my tenure, I'm here before you to culminate my journey of 10 and a half months, along with my team, my 17 chapters and 4 young FLO chapters, And along with them, I would like to show you and relive the journey of these few months in COVID times and in extraordinary circumstances. We have worked and continue to hope and dream towards a better future for our women. We have with us the finest minds going to be talking on this theme of sustainable livelihoods, investing in women for a new India. We have been inspired by so many people along the way, and we've tried to ask a few of them who've been kind enough to come and spend their time with us and give us their views on what we mean for this livelihood patterns for women. Tomorrow we will have our cabinet ministers of very important ministries whose work touches women's lives and livelihoods, as we will seek to understand from them their take on our theme today. And in the meantime, today we will have administrators, secretaries of important ministries who will take us through what they feel and how their ministries are going forward in this role for women in today's India. And lastly, we will end with some lessons from Mahabharata through the gender lens as we examine our different facets of life and different areas of regions and ideas and concepts of what women leadership means and what women's sustainable livelihood means to each one of us. So thank you for being here. Namaste. May I now request FLO governing body member, Ms. Namrata Mishra, to please introduce Ambassador Lakshmi Puri. Thank you.
Thank you, Jahnavi. It's my privilege to introduce Ms. Lakshmi Puri, who had incredible, inspiring journey. Lakshmi Puri is a former Assistant Secretary General of United Nations and Deputy Executive Director of UN Women, the United Nations entity for gender equality. She was a Director of Flagship International Trade and Development. Prior to her works with United Nations, Ms. Puri completed 28 years of career as a Permanent Secretary of Government of India with Indian Foreign Service. Ms. Puri have received international awards and accolades. She is a recipient of prestigious Eleanor Roosevelt Human Rights Awards, Novus Award for championing sustainable livelihood. She provided the vision and drive for many of the UN public campaigns, including Unite, to end violence against women, Planet 50-50 by 2030, Step Up for Gender Equality, and He and She Solidarity Campaign. She had been a thoughtful leader, a passionate and a committed global advocate, and has been keenly engaged in promoting gender equality and women empowerment across all regions and sectors. Now, I would request Ms. Puri to give her keynote address.
Greetings, President Jahnavi Phukan, FICCI members, sorority, if I may use that term. I really cherish the concept of FICCI. It's necessary to mainstream women's corporate leadership and entrepreneurship into FICCI, and I see quite a few women have been presidents of FICCI. But a dedicated stream of its own of all of India women's corporate activism, sisterhood, and collaboration for gender equality is a must-do. It's a pleasure to address your annual session on a topic that is vital both for the gender equality and women's empowerment agenda and indispensable for building a new India of PM Modi's dream, where Agenda 2030 for sustainable development in all three dimensions of economic, social, and environmental is achieved, and no one, especially no woman and girl in our country, is left behind. It represents the powerful, the potent idea of Sarvodaya and Antodaya combined, and ideas of durability of progress and intergenerational equity. Leading on this vision, PM Modi has prioritized women-centered and, more importantly, women-led sustainable development in all his national missions and programs, including in his latest Atmanirbhar Bharat Abhiyan and in the relief, revival, resilience and reconstruction programs post-COVID-19. I applaud your projects for women's empowerment undertaken over the years, but also particularly in these calamitous COVID-19 times with a focus on grassroots women's sustainable livelihoods across India through Adopt a Village program, Adopt an ITI program for urban women, and corporate training programs on women corporate directors, e-business expertise, and starting business during COVID times. I wish them and their beneficiaries all success in scaling up and replicating these lighthouse projects and moving from what you call microcosmic to macrocosmic impact. The intersectionality of discrimination and the multiple disadvantages that women face due to their poverty, caste, rural, urban, remote location, age, and disability is, I'm sure, being addressed directly. I'm indeed proud that in my role for 7 years, and I would like to share my journey with you, as ASG UN and Deputy Executive Director UN Women, the first ever global organization for gender equality and women's empowerment promotion, I managed to mainstream gender equality and women's empowerment into the historic international agenda for Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development in 2014-2015, ensure a dedicated, comprehensive SDG 5 on gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls with 9 targets, and to have gender-responsive targets in 11 other sustainable development goals ranging from poverty, health, education, inequality, economic growth, water, sanitation and hygiene, energy, employment, urban development, etc. We now have a global gender compact among all stakeholders in all areas. The knowledge and wisdom on the how, why, and what of gender mainstreaming in every sector, vibrant advocacy campaigns and movement building, and concrete programs on the ground. So, the transformative investments that we as votaries of women's empowerment-driven New India must make is on achieving the different targets of SDG 5 and gender equality targets in other SDGs. I call them the Ashtalakshmis of transformative investment in gender equality. So what does that mean? Governments at all levels, central, state and local, must work with the private sector, civil society, academia, media, religious leaders, women's organizations and other stakeholders to, first of all, invest in gender equal laws, policies, measures, reforms and programs, both women targeted but also gender responsive transversal ones, and ensure their implementation. Second, invest in combating feminization of poverty. 70% of poor are women, and these require all services provisions, essential services provisions ranging from cooking gas, electricity, housing, wash, education and health in different areas of women's sustainable livelihoods and employment, addressing both the supply and capacity side issues and the demand and enabling ecosystem side issues of the labor market in different sectors. Third, invest in the women's economic empowerment and autonomy target of SDG 5, including women's access to and ownership and control over land, property, financial services, inheritance, natural resources, and entrepreneurship. Fourth, invest in sexual and reproductive health and rights of women and girls, including universal access to contraception and family healthcare services. It's crucial also for India to reap the youth and demographic dividend and have declining fertility rates. 5. Invest in eliminating all forms of discrimination, violence, and harmful practices against women including one-stop ending violence against women comprehensive response centers. Sixth, invest in the public and private sector provision of elderly, childcare, and domestic services so that unpaid care work of women is valued, shared, and time poverty and opportunity cost is reduced, freeing them up for productive work. 7. Invest in women's education, especially STEM, technological capacity building, empowerment and participation, including in tech economy 4.0, digital, artificial intelligence, and other technologies. 8. Invest in women's equal voice, participation, and leadership in public and political life and governance at all levels, including in the chambers of commerce and the corporate world. We are way behind the 33% critical mass, let alone gender parity goal globally and in India, and must make amends rapidly. The World Economic Forum, in its gender parity report, makes the dismal forecast that at the current rate of progress, it will take 133 years, up from 85 in 2050. We can't afford that, morally and economically, socially and environmentally. Look how we will gain 770 billion by 2025 in India alone from the power of gender parity, according to a McKinsey report. Further, if India's 400 million young women are empowered with education, delayed marriage and reproduction, provided equal opportunity in the economy and leadership, that would be a force multiplier. I hope FICCI-FLO will join forces in ensuring that as it contributes towards a resilient post-COVID-19 SDG-led future and new India, it mobilizes all to make these Ashtalakshmi investments in gender equality. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Puri. That was a wonderful keynote address for us to begin our day's deliberations with. Indeed, it is women-led sustainable development that is going to be fundamental to the dream of the Atmanirbhar Bharat as envisaged by our Honorable Prime Minister and the collective dream of our nation. The Ashtalakshmi that you elaborated is indeed the mantra for achieving gender equality and to be the force multiplier for our nation. Our objective in FLO is to create that enabling environment for the 4 million young adolescent girls for education, delayed marriage, improved reproductive health, and opportunities of economic independence. So thank you very much for that. May I now present a memento from us as a token of our appreciation. Mr. Ram Mohan Mishra, 1987 batch, IAS of Meghalaya Cadre, currently serving as Secretary, Ministry of Women and Child Development. Before discharge, he was Secretary, National Commission for Scheduled Caste, Ministry of Social Justice and Empowerment. Mr. Mishra has previously served as the Additional Secretary to the Government of India and the Development Commissioner for the Ministry of MSME, by taking over the additional charge of Chairman cum Managing Director of NSIC. Sri Mishra has worked on comprehensive policy making for the SME sector in India. He has over 30 years of experience in the Indian Administrative Services, and I have known him personally when he was the Principal Secretary Meghalaya, and the dynamism and direction he brought to the MSME sector there is very well acknowledged. Welcome, Sri Mishra.
National President of FICCI-FLO, this is Bhupen. My esteemed colleagues who are part of this panel, ladies and gentlemen. I am very grateful for getting this opportunity to share my views and thoughts in this August forum. I would also like to congratulate FICCI FLO for one more milestone of this annual session in this entire very, very checkered, very, very distinguished career of promoting the cause of women. And as the logo says, power to empower. So that's very befitting. And this is having two aspects. One is when we're talking about empowering women, there are those things which we do as inputs to their capacity to deal with situations, to do well in life. So skilling, education, awareness, and all these things, technology to them. But there's one more dimension to it, which is that women, they represent power by themselves. And in this tradition, in our tradition, women are known as Shakti. So this is the aspect which is very important when we're talking about New India, when we're talking about sustainable livelihoods or sustainability, and the role of women in that process, and which becomes the foundation for New India. And therefore, this entire endeavor, which is about enabling women to make better use of the opportunities which are in front of them, to become more aware of the issues which they need to resolve, to make better use of the opportunities which are in front of them. And this is where I would also like to flag that in Ministry of WCD, recently we started a process of a campaign of men for women. Because the second dimension of women's power, where women as power, we harness them for nation building, we harness them for sustainable livelihoods, we harness the power which they have for overall national well-being, is extremely important component. And towards this goal, I would like to just bring it to a kind notice. We recently have, under the stewardship of our Honorable Minister, we have put in place a mission called Mission Shakti. This mission is a very comprehensively designed, overarching kind of architecture, where women's social, cultural, political, and economic empowerment, various issues relating to these four aspects of women's empowerment are discussed, where they take a note of, and the measures are taken to ensure that these things happen on ground. And this is where the role of chambers of commerce, industry associations, communities, people's organizations, panchayats, non-profit institutions, academia. Because when we talk about New India, we could talk about nation building, then this has to be a national endeavor. So government agencies will definitely make contribution, but once it becomes people's endeavor, and this is where organizations like FICCI FLO and others, they have a humongous role to play in terms of convening that the process, convening the people who can participate and contribute towards this end. I was going through the report which was brought before me, and this focus of FICCI FLO on 3 C's, which is competency, which is capacity, and confidence. These are important for a good life and much more for entrepreneurship. And this is where another dimension, another intervention which FICCI FLO I noticed have taken interest in is the PACE program, the personal advancement and career enhancement, because that's a very, very important aspect of women's empowerment. And there are several ministries of government, there are several non-profit organizations, there are several industry associations. So moving on, it has to be a very collective, very, very combined kind of endeavor on the part of each one of us to make sure that we put in place a system where this women's empowerment agenda, we have very well defined short-term, medium-term and long-term targets, and spreading over India at 75, India when it is 2025, and India in 2030. 2030 we all know also is about SDG goals. So under Mission Shakti, we are now putting in place a framework where there will be well-defined targets targets which will be for various duty holders, government agencies, and we also requesting people's organizations. Because when we talk about this being a national endeavor, people and their communities, their groups, their associations also have to bring out commensurate targets for overall well-being of women, overall empowerment of women. And this is where I said men for women, women for women, men and women for one another, together, whatever is important for us as a nation to be achieved. So whether it is education or skilling or entrepreneurship or technology, all this is made possible. I would like to make particular mention of, in my previous assignment, I could come across the wonderful role models and success stories which have come about women as entrepreneurs. And they are the role models. So organizations such as FICCI, FLO and others, we need to bring that into the public consciousness, in the awareness of people, particularly women, so that the confidence part, seeing is believing. When we see somebody else has succeeded, we also get encouraged to go on to that path of success and together in partnership. And this again comes from our old ethos and culture, which says that Sangat Sattvam, Samvadatvam, Sabko Saath Saath Karna Hai. We all need to build this nation together. This is where this entire idea of partnerships between government agencies and people's organizations is extremely important. I received one policy brief from FICCI FLO, and I compliment people who have prepared it. Very clearly brought out issues there, and I look forward to working together with FICCI FLO and then similar organizations in taking forward this journey of women's empowerment under Mission Shakti, which is a combined mission, not only a government program but also people's mission, under which we'll see milestones, new milestones for women empowerment in this country. As I said initially, I'm indeed very grateful for getting this opportunity, for sharing my views at this platform, and keenly look forward to a little more detailed work in terms of further steps which are to be taken for social, cultural, political, and economic empowerment of women, particularly in the realm of entrepreneurship. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sri Mishra, for putting into perspective the range and the scope of the work undertaken by your ministry with respect to our theme of sustainable livelihoods. May I now present a memento as a token of our appreciation. May I now request Lipika Sood, FLO governing body member and a leading entrepreneur with expertise of more than 3 decades in the field of interior design, to please introduce our next speaker. Over to you, Lipika.
Hello, friends. It's such a privilege to introduce Ira Singhal today. Ira is the first person with disability to top the prestigious Civil Services Examination of 2014.
To all my FICCI FLO friends who are watching the 37th annual session, let me tell you a little about Ira. Born in 1983, she was detected of scoliosis, a spine-related disorder, at an early age. Her parents, in spite of trying to get her the best of the treatment, discovered that it is something Ira has to live with for the rest of her life. Her limbs would always be weak and underdeveloped, and her backbone curved with a hunchback. This did not deter Ira, who was given the best of education, from going ahead and achieving her dream. In spite of clearing the IRS exam 3 times over, she was discriminated against because of her disability and was not given a posting. She went on to fight for her rights in the court of law and won the case. 4 years later, the same year, when she secured rank 1 in the Civil Services exam in 2014 and got an IAS posting. She is currently the Joint Director of the Department of Social Welfare and also the Department of Women and Child Development.
So a very warm welcome to you, Ira. It is so wonderful to have you on our FICCI FLO platform. Tell me, Ira, after having actually struggle through a course in engineering, followed by an MBA, and then getting a fabulous job in Cadbury's in a corporate setup with a very handsome salary, if I may say so. You decided to do your civil service exams. What was going on your mind?
So there was a point in my corporate career that I was working 20-hour days. And while I loved my job, I got to do a lot of innovative things, a lot of out-of-the-box kind of projects. And it was amazing. The company was really nice. People were very nice. So, on the work front, as such, there were no problems. But there was a point where I was working 20-hour days. And I started thinking that I'm working so hard, but really, whose life have I changed? So, and I started thinking that I needed my work to have meant something, to have made an impact, to have done something for someone else, and that's why I decided to get into the civil services.
All of your life, because of your disability, you've had to face challenges, not just as a woman, but a woman with disability. How has that journey been so far, and how have you come out so strong?
So it's been quite a ride. And yes, unfortunately, if you're a girl and you're a girl with disability, so every step of the way, you have to prove yourself again. Every new person that you meet, you need to establish yourself as a person worth listening to. A journey starts every time with every new person. And people see you and the first thing in their head is always that you're incapable. So you have to prove your capability to everybody all the time. You've got to work much harder than everybody else because you don't start from a zero, you start from a long down the road negative. And you just have to climb to zero first and then go from there.
3 times you cleared the IRS exams, but yet you did not get a placement. You fought for it, you went through the legal battle, you won that. Tell us more about it and how has it empowered you and other people who were probably not in a position to fight legal battles because of their financial situation?
So when I gave my first attempt, I realized that my marks were not good enough to get into the IAS or the IFS. So I was preparing again. And so while I was preparing, I got phone calls from people saying, do you know what happened to you? And I didn't know that something had happened to me. I hadn't a clue. And that's when I find out that in government, people with disabilities were judged on 2 grounds. One was their disability and the other was their abilities. And you had these list of abilities and disabilities that were connected to each, that were, allowed in each job. In my particular case, I fit in the category of abilities for almost all the jobs, but my disability was not accepted by anybody. So here was a scenario where people are saying that you've cleared this exam, you've gotten a rank where you can get this job, and you have the abilities to do this job, but because we did not like your disability, we are not going to take you. It was as simple as that. Simply a couple of people Saturday and decided, okay, I like this disability, I like this disability, I like this disability. And that's when I realized that I had come in to the system to make a difference, to work for others, to contribute and to, change lives for the better. And maybe this is where I'm supposed to start. So this is maybe my first step, and that's what life is telling me. So I was one of the rare people who could actually do something about it, coming from a, rather well-to-do background. And my whole objective of being here was to make a difference. So I thought this is the first place that I need to start maybe, and this is the first battle that I need to pick.
Wonderful. Topping the UPS exam in 2014 and, and then taking on so many responsibilities which have changed people's lives, something that you had dreamt of, something that you wanted to do. Tell us a little more about your journey so far as an IS officer and what are your plans in future?
So I've gotten really amazing opportunities. As an SDM, I got to rescue 335 child and bonded laborers. We got child marriages stopped. I finished pending tasks of consolidation of 2 villages, which had been going on for 33 years in one case and 28 years in another case. So they had been pending for that long and people were suffering for that. So we got to finish those. I solved almost 400 court cases, some of them pending for more than 40 years. I got to work with transgenders. So what I did was I put them on my reception. All those people who you used to go to asking for help are now coming to you for help. So that power equation changed. The communication process changed because, early it's always the person who needs something who has to communicate better. So all of those people who used to be rude to them or ill-treat them now had to be nice to them, treat them as equals and ask them for help. What that does is that it suddenly makes the world sit up and treat you as a person.
Kind of work that you have been doing, Ira, is absolutely phenomenal. The changes that you have made, in spite of your disability, in spite of all the bullying that you've suffered all through your career, and you think you would probably face more, you are brave. And brave is just a very mild word for you. Ira, we would like you to give us one message.
I just have one thing to say, that for most of us, it's the world who gets to decide who we are. For most of us, from the moment that we are born, the world starts telling us how to be, how to talk, how to dress, how to behave, and how to even think of ourselves. And what are the ceilings that we have to set for ourselves? What are the limits that we need to bind ourselves down in? And that's the only thing that I want to say, that don't let the world choose for you. Don't let the world define your boundaries. Don't let the world tell you who you can be and what you can do. The only person who knows you is you. The only person who has ever lived in your shoes, faced the same things as you, who thinks like you, who has the same dreams like you, and who has the same talents like you is you. So why are you letting the world pick for you? Don't let the world pick for you. Don't let the world tell you who to be. You decide what you want to do. You decide your boundaries. You decide how far you want to go. And I know that it will happen. And as women, if we don't stand by each other, the world isn't.
Thank you so much for being here. A very big thank you from the FICCI FLO audience.
Thank you, and my pleasure, and congratulations on the anniversary.
Thank you, Ms. Singhal, for your story that you shared with us, with the learnings for each one of us to imbibe, and for young people to take moral courage from, to never give up and to persevere in the face of all odds. I want to extend a small token of our gratitude as a memento. And thank you so much for giving us your time and telling us your inspiring story. Thank you. May I now introduce the next speaker, Mr. B.B. Swain, Secretary, MSME Ministry. Mr. Swain is a 1988 batch of IAS officer of Gujarat cadre. He is currently the Secretary, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. Prior to this, he was serving as the Special Secretary in the Commerce Ministry. The MSME sector is now the central point, the core focal point of the Government of India. And the message is clear. That is the micro, small and the medium enterprises, which is going to be the first priority in India's economic roadmap. May I request Mr. Swain to talk about the policies of his ministry with reference to women and the possible areas of collaboration with FLO. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Swain.
Thank you, Janaviji. It gives me immense pleasure to be part of the 37th annual session of FLO. MSMEs play a crucial role in providing large employment opportunities at comparatively low capital cost and help in industrialization of rural and backward areas. Out of all MSMEs, a little over 20% are owned by women and employ 10% of the total workers engaged in different economic activities in our country. Women entrepreneurs face multiple challenges, and our ministry provides support in various schemes: PMEGP, Public Procurement Policy, Tool Rooms, KVIC, National SC/ST Hub, and other schemes. Taking cognizance of the growing entrepreneurship culture among women, Ministry has recently established a dedicated cell, Women Entrepreneurship Cell, WEC, Our aim is to empower aspiring and existing women entrepreneurs by providing professional support to set up and run an enterprise. We appreciate the excellent contribution of FLO and FICCI in this field. My congratulations to FLO, very ably led by Janviji, and by championing this Odi Kutch. We have been given an excellent document in the form of Policy Brief for MSME Sector 2020-21. I have gone through it and find many innovative and workable ideas. I assure you that the document will receive utmost attention in the ministry. The world needs more women entrepreneurs and larger number of women in decision-making roles and responsibilities. Let us work towards that goal. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swain, for your informed and very insightful analysis of the women's role in the MSME sector and for the release of the MSME white paper. May I now offer a token of thanks as a memento from our side. And thank you for giving us your time here. Next, we have our governing body member from Northeast, Prabhadita Bharati. Prabhadita is an entrepreneur and has her own tea trading company. She's a registered auction buyer, and her company tastes, blends, and buys teas for domestic consumption. Prabhadita will take us through the story of our next speaker, Padma Shri awardee, Mrs. Lakshmi Borua of Assam.
President Jahnavi Phukan, thank you for the opportunity to speak on Padma Shri Lakshmi Borua. It's an honor and a privilege. Padma Shri Lakshmi Borua has done phenomenal work towards women empowerment. By setting up the Kanaklata Mahila Urban Cooperative Bank, a one of its kind in Assam, she has broken the glass ceiling of an otherwise male-dominated profession. No fancy financial degree, no technical know-how, but a vision in her mind, a belief in her heart, and a focus on the future has made her the icon that she is today. She is also the recipient of Rashtriya Swayam Siddha Vishesh Samman and Nari Shakti Award. FLO Northeast has been honored and privileged on her acceptance of her Excellence Award in the year 2008. Hearty congratulations to Lakshmi Borua Baidu on receiving the Padma Shri this year. May she carry on the good work and continue to inspire us. Namaskar. My life had been a tough one. I lost my mother at birth. Coming from a very humble, near poverty family, life was very challenging as I grew up with my father. Those days, school fees was just ₹2, but I had to earn it by taking tuitions. It was not so easy. My relationship with cooperatives began very early when I was in class 8. I lost my father that year. I had to look after myself. I had to make a living. So I started to take yarn from the cooperative societies, weave them into clothes which the society would buy back. There were many women like me who would make a living out of weaving. Without completing my education, I joined the Central Cooperative Bank as a clerk, and I was not even 18 years old. It was here that I learned the very nuances of banking. While in the bank, I noticed that many women would come to the bank to open accounts, but they would be low in confidence, very shy, not able to speak up. Asking for a loan was next to impossible. Perhaps if they were educated, they would have been more aware. Society still gave importance to a boy's education, for their career, for economic growth, and for a successful life. Girls would be married off early, armed with basic alphabetical knowledge, sometimes not even that. The idea of establishing a girls' school began to grow in my mind. I was impressed with the curriculum of the Sainik schools and hoped to adopt it. I even found a name for the school, Ahom Hoinik Balika Vidyalaya. Unfortunately, in spite of all the hard work that we had put in, it didn't materialize as the authorities refused to give the green signal, and we had to give it up. It is so important for a woman to be empowered, to make her own decisions, to be financially independent. Only when a woman is empowered, her family is empowered, and family leads to society being empowered. With these thoughts in mind, the idea of a sole women's bank emerged. In 1990, the Women's Cooperative Bank was initiated, a bank whose members, officials, staff and beneficiaries will be all women. We had to start from scratch as there were no such institutions in the Northeast to guide us, to educate us in this new endeavor of us. We ourselves formed the memorandum, the guidelines, the rules and regulations, and in 1998 got the bank registered with RBI as Kanaklata Mahila Urban Cooperative Bank. After having fulfilled all compliances and guidelines laid by RBI, in February 2000 we got the license to operate as a full-fledged commercial bank. We started with 1,500 members and a capital of rupees 8,45,000. Today, we have a capital of rupees 17 crore plus and depositors of more than 45,000, both men and women. About 8,000 women have benefited through loans from our bank. I'm very grateful to the Reserve Bank of India and the Government of Assam for all their guidelines and support with which we have come this far and hope to get further into the future. I request the government to set up more such banks all over Assam, making lives of women brighter, happier, and empowered. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your address to us, Lokimi Baidu. That's Assamese for elder sister. Your story has been beautifully brought to life by Prabhidita Bharati, and I thank you for that. I remember as the founder, vice chairperson of FLO Northeast in 2007, we had awarded Lokimi Borua in 2008 for her steadfast work in the microcredit for women. And today you can see that the unsung heroes and heroines of our different corners of our country are getting the recognition they deserve. And she got the Padma Shri Award this year. I'm delighted to be able to persuade her to finally come and speak with us, though I must say she was quite reluctant to do so in the beginning. So, Baidu, as a token of our appreciation, I would like a memento presented to you from our side in FLO. Thank you. May I now introduce you to our FLO governing body member, Smriti Puri, also the Joint National Treasurer of FLO. Smriti leads the corporate communication strategy in her accounting firm, and she's also the co-founder of a brand management company. We've always maintained that all the talent of FLO is right within our membership. And today, Smriti is going to be moderating this interesting panel discussion, which we are about to see now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Janvi Phukan, respected past presidents, governing body members, and my dear FLO friends. Before we delve into our discussion of investing in women to unlock their potential, let me introduce you to some women who have invested in themselves and led by example. Introducing our esteemed panelists for today. Please welcome Ms. Nandita Barua. Nandita is the Asia Foundation's country representative in India. She was also regional coordinator for the UN Women Anti-Trafficking Program and the UNDC Ungift Program. With over 25 years experience, she has headed South Asia's regional programs on gender-based violence and human trafficking. Welcome, Nandita. Our next panelist, Ms. Priya Nair, is the Executive Director, Beauty and Personal Care for Hindustan Unilever Limited and Vice President PPC, Unilever South Asia. She is featured amongst the top 25 most awarded women in Indian business. She has led many award-winning campaigns like the Surf Excel Daag Achhe Hain campaign. She is also a director in Maharashtra government's public-private initiative of the Village Transformation Mission that seeks to create 1,000 model villages. A warm welcome to you, Priya. Our next panelist for today, Ms. Tab Agni Siddiqui, is COO and Director, Ready Roti India Private Limited, a reputed name in the bakery industry of North India. She is one of the promoters of Harvest Gold Industries. She has completed her MBA in marketing from Aligarh Muslim University and acquired special knowledge in the field of marketing, administration, and corporate management. With sheer grit, determination, and passion, she took on the industry giants, and today, Harvest Gold commands a leading position in the industry. According to a World Bank report, India's female labor force participation is the lowest in South Asia, a mere 20.3%. Doubling this percentage would raise the country's GDP to $700 billion by 2025 and raise the growth rate from 7.5% to 9%. Is it any wonder then that our topic for today is investing in women for the new India? My first question to the panel. Far too many women are trapped in jobs for which they are overqualified or paid beneath their worth. To what extent does a woman's own mindset, shaped by society, contribute to holding her back? Priya, I'll start with you. You've shattered the glass ceiling at a very young age. Your thoughts?
Smriti, if you read the latest report from World Economic Forum, it says we will need another 250 years before women achieve parity with men in economic participation. And this is not just an issue in India, this is an issue around the world. And this inequality is really thousands of years of deep-rooted societal norms, which have hard gender roles, right? Not just for men, but certainly for the women. And for me, this is not just an issue of women's mindset, but the issue of creating the right environment in which we create agency in young women, the agency so that they have freedom to dream and that we really create that determination to think ahead. So I think that a lot is up to society, Smriti, to really create that agency in young women and give them the resources and infrastructure to build that agency.
Thank you for your thoughts, Priya. Nandita, you've got 25 years of experience in the social sector, in the urban sector. In fact, just span all the sectors. Your thoughts, please.
I think, as Priya said, a lot of the reasons for the inequitable workspace for women stems from, of course, the cultural and patriarchal barriers that we have in society. Just in terms of figure, let's look at the amount of time women face in caregiving work, which is 25% compared to 2.5% what men spend. And that itself defines where priorities are laid for women in the societies and the homes that they're living in. Compare that with the fact that if you look at STEM education in India, 43% women are in STEM, but their employment in India is just about 14% in that same sector. And the women who are in STEM in India who do science and technology is way higher than in US and the UK, but the labor force participation from that same segment is just 14%. It tells you that story. It is not about the ability or the capacity. It's really got to do with the restrictions that society and systems place.
But true. The restraints in our society truly hold us back. But however, Tab, I believe you were totally oblivious to these gender biases. I read one of your quotes saying that. So could you enlighten us on your way of working, please?
Yeah, when I started the business, I was 24 years old, and for me, I've always looked at, I haven't looked at this as a female or a male mindset. I think it's an individual's mindset. If you have a very positive mindset, if you have a great sense of self-esteem and self-worth, then no matter what job you are doing, whether you are an entrepreneur or you are in the corporate sector or wherever, you will push your way through to success. That's what I've seen with my own self. And while I agree that, yes, there are several hurdles that hold women back, but I do think that it's it's an individual's mindset that really helps you get to where you want to go.
Yes, I feel we, have this kind of a default setting, so as to say that we just automatically somehow think that, this is the way we are wired. We have to take charge of the house first. And, it is definitely society related, but it's somehow wired into us as well. My next question to you, Nandita. You have worked in both rural as well as urban sectors. Statistics say that rural women are more likely to be employed than urban women, but their employment is limited to the labor force, as you so rightly did mention. How can we create an employment shift in the rural sector?
I think, it's also what is available in the sectors for women in the rural India. I think the more you see industrial growth, technology sectors moving to rural India, it is not going to be a situation where you will not see women wanting to come and work in this sector. Our rural sectors have largely been agricultural, and therefore you have found a large percentage of women in the agricultural labor force, that too in the lower end of the force. I do think that there is also a shift happening. It's not that things are not changing. There is a very young, aspirational set of women, the youth, who are moving from, say, rural to tier 1 city, tier 2, tier 3. The key, though, is to try and skill them the right way for them to be marketable, employable in the new sectors that are coming up. Technology clearly is taking a big leap, and there is a need for us to really skill women. I mean, the entire government's program on Skill India, etc., is focusing on technology, and nothing has shown us more the need for technology-based work, the virtual workforce, than the last year of all of us having to deal with COVID and the clear potential that this sector is putting us for everybody, starting from the education to telemedicines to gig work. And I think this is where a deep, concerted effort and investment is needed to be able to skill young Indian youth, young Indian women in the upcoming new sectors where employment is possible, and also encouraging more and more industries to move away from certain just specific areas to the interiors.
Yes, absolutely. I think skilling is key. Priya, moving on to you. A lot of women enter the corporate workplace, but quit at mid-level, unable to really reach the top. Your thoughts, please.
So, it's certainly true that the participation of women is at the top is low. It's too low. And this is not just the case in India, but it's the case all over the world. But our work participation ratio is one of the lowest in the world. So, I mean, nothing for us to be proud about. And I think the question is that mid-career is where some of the life issues start to come up for women, and it is the issues of aging parents, childbearing, challenges, education, marriage, various issues which start to crop up. Men experience the same thing, but somehow the decisions that are made in the social structure are different, and more women quit more often than men, and that is the truth. In fact, studies have found that while the number one reason that women leave work is for family time, for most men, when they leave work, it is for changing their careers. So this is as per big, studies that have been conducted, and many women actually are afraid to ask for, flexi time, adjusted work hours, flexible options when they require it, and therefore at that critical moment where they require to possibly, make some life balances, companies lose really great talent. My view, Smriti, is also there is a bit that's up to the women. The social structures are a challenge. That is certainly the case. But women need to have more self-belief. And I think this is a challenge. I think women need to surround themselves by more cheerleaders and cheerleaders in their lives, in every facet of their lives. And possibly, the best thing to say to all the women in the room is the biggest cheerleader in your life should first be you. And if you can be your biggest cheerleader, I think that's something I would say to every woman in the room.
That's so exciting to hear, Priya. Yes, our biggest cheerleader should be us. And honestly, if we don't ask, we won't get. So you're so right that there is a little of us to blame. Moving to Utah, we believe that there's an even bigger dearth of women entrepreneurs, with enough and more cynics just constantly being there to pull you down and say, I told you so, and highlight the risk of failure. What are the hurdles women entrepreneurs face, and what can be done to encourage women to follow up on their ideas?
See, like Priya just said, that that self-belief thing. For me, as a woman entrepreneur, when I started this business with my husband, I had no other option. So it was, my daughter was born when I was setting up the business. I had to leave her with my parents, and I'm deeply, deeply grateful to them because they gave me that support system where they were taking care of a newborn baby. So yes, that helped me hugely. But for me, there was just no other way. I had to keep forging ahead. I had that belief in what we were doing, and so that played the biggest role in my mind. That I have to make this a success, come what may. So being a woman sort of paled, I was not looking at myself from that lens that I'm a woman, and so this is how things are going to pan out for me or not pan out for me. So I think that for me, the biggest thing is self-belief. And while it may sound simplistic to everybody that yes, women do face problems, whether it's gathering finance or balancing family ties with running a business, yes. But again, it comes back to that same thing. कि अगर आप में वो will है, or then everybody, I feel, will sort of align with you, because that passion and that that will to forge ahead takes over everything else.
So I think to sum up in this question, what all three of you are saying, that yes, we are bogged down by social pressures. Yes, we have a so-called midlife crisis. But end of the day, we, like you just said, that belief in ourselves is what is going to pull us through and make us reach the top. This brings me to the last question of the day. With the pandemic and economic slowdown, the focus is on rebuilding the economy. In which areas do you think investment needs to be made to bring about this major paradigm shift and focus towards the women? Nandita, your views on the social sector, please.
Yeah, I think, we are, the pandemic has shown us quite a few opportunities, and it's also shown us the gaps. We found pre-pandemic, interestingly, that women were really taking on a big role in the emerging gig sector and the gig economy. There was a real growth. And then when the pandemic happened, we saw that the first level of people who actually lost their job were the women, because they were in the gig sectors in areas which required more interaction, more personal interaction. So they were your beauty care people, there were salons, there were trainers, they were not your Zomato or your Swiggy delivery boys. So this sector then was completely unemployed or remained underemployed, and went back to doing caregiving as per the norms of society, or were just at home. But we've also now realized that many industries and many of these new sectors are willing more to invest in women. The investment here, though, that is required is really giving them the push that they need, the nudge that they need, and whether it's technical skills, whether it's access to loans. I mean, I've looked at our stimulus package, and it's really gender blind. We have a very massive stimulus package. But I would have loved to see something like in the stimulus package, which says, if you're going to employ 50% women, you're going to get a percentage cut in your rate of interest that you are taking. Or if you're a women-driven enterprise that's coming up, there will be certain additional, financial flexibilities given to you. That would really help. I think there is a big sector of women out here who today really want to, as both Tab and Priya are saying, prove themselves. But to do that, you need that structural edge. And I think that is critical right now, to look at what kind of financial support can we give women from the side of the government, what kind of structural changes that we can bring about as social sector people, and then really push that inherent ability and capability that all women have and make it flourish. And I think that will be a generational shift that we will be looking at. I think, this is the time. This is really a critical time when everybody's calling it a new normal. Hey, but I think the new normal should be gender equitable more than anything else. You can't do the new normal with the old rules, So let's change that. And I think that's where we should be heading towards.
That's very insightful, Nandita. Yes, the new normal with some new changes, new stimulus, new package, just so that we get the renewed energy to actually surge ahead. Thank you so much for that. Tab, I would look forward to some perspective from you. Typically, maybe, since you're an entrepreneur and like a startup in a different way. So some PE and VC, should there be, can you give us a perspective from their point of view as well?
So while I'm in a manufacturing industry, I don't have a PE or a VC background. However, I do feel that VCs should also look at investing in some startups that are looking at bringing women back to the workforce. Like Nandita said, a lot of people have lost their jobs, and also in upskilling, especially in technology, in information technology, because there seems to be a misconception that women are not that tech savvy or cannot be that tech savvy as men can, and that is like I said, it's a misconception, and that needs to be dispelled. And I also feel that startups that invest in women are in the long run going to be very successful, because I believe that women are far better equipped to handle various things in their life far better than men. I feel men are very, I'm sorry to say, and I hope only women are listening to this later on, I feel men are very unidimensional. Whereas women are multidimensional and can handle a lot of things in their lives far better. I see that at work also, where I have ladies who are working in our organization, also on the shop floor, also, in the bread industry, on the production floor, and they are far better than in their performance than men are. So, it's a win-win situation for both VCs investing in startups that help women, and for women as well.
Yes, and I also think that we are looking for investment in women not purely because they are women,
of course,
but because they are better.
Yes.
So, yes. So with that thought, Priya, your view from a corporate perspective, please.
So, I think, listen, firstly, in a fair and thriving society, 50% of society is held back. You can't say society is going to progress. So I think the first thing we must all acknowledge is that, the numbers are quite clear that if you want this country as a, we pray and hope as a country, and we look forward to this country progressing. But how can the country progress if 50% of the country is held back and not participating in the GDP of the country? And, it'd be fair to say that some of the undervalued work of the women during the pandemic certainly got valued by the men. And on a lighter note, there was some kind, they got a sense of what value some of that work that today no one puts economic value to,
right.
Which is household work, came to the forefront in the pandemic, and people understood what, how tough these jobs really are. So I think, if we were just able to find an unlock for the work participation ratio, and I think 2-3 things. One is, I think organizations need to lead by example, and I'll give you an example of the organization I know, because that's the one I have worked in for a long time. About 7-8 years ago, we used to have only 14% of our managerial force, which was women. Today, we have 45% of our managerial force, which is women. So, if an organization puts their mind to it, the fact is the numbers change, and it has to be led from the top. Yeah, it has to be led from the top. The government has to lead the initiatives. The organizations have to, civil society has to lead the initiative. Private sector has to lead the initiative. And we have to just get women into the workforce, knowing that there is economic reasons to do it. And it is, I hope I don't have to tell the group of women listening, because I'm sure they are already converts, that this indeed there's a business case for it. And it's not just because it's the right thing to do.
Yes, absolutely. And definitely, I think one real, relief from this pandemic, so as to say, in a way, is the fact how much the household help, the household work, at least, somewhere down the line where it was always just nudged away, it's got that little respect, at least, that it truly deserved. So with that, I want to thank you all for such valuable insights. And I think all the people watching here today must have really enjoyed this. To sum up, the thrust of predominant explanations is that women drop out of the workforce due to harassment, stigmas, and social pressures. These deliberations today have thrown light on some of the possible solutions. Women Club would play a major significant role if we have to reach our Prime Minister's objective of a $5 trillion economy by 2024. We have challenged, we are empowered, we have progressed, and now it is time to invest. Thank you so much for being great panelists, and thank you to my audience for listening in.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that delightful, engaging conversation. And for my 3 panelists, we have a token of appreciation from all of us at FLO. And we'll ask you to please accept it virtually. Nandita Barua, Taab Siddiqui, and Priya Nair. Thank you very much for giving us your time and being with us here today. A very good afternoon. Are we all in here now? I think we start at 2 o'clock. We are ready to start at 2 o'clock. Aren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this, should I continue or does the screen move from here? Yes, the screen is down. Okay. We have 25 of us in here. And welcome back, my dear rock stars, and all of us at FLO. I want to thank the past presidents who are here with us today. And I'm looking forward to joining your club in 48 hours. In the meantime, to run you all through today's synopsis, which I want all of you to present. I want to tell you that being together for 10 and a half months, and from each of you, I've learned something new and something fresh. And this only reaffirms what I've always believed in, that within our own FLO fold, we have all the resources and all the talent. My thanks to the GB members who ran the show this morning. To GB member Namrata Mishra, I owe an apology. I couldn't read out your introduction. And I, today, on the last day of our great tenure together, I do seek forgiveness from all of you for being the Hitler that I was. But at the end of the day, I'm also a proud parent because each of you brought such a different nuance and such a different approach to each of my hopes and what we call the national initiatives. This tremendous response has made us all one family. And that is the way this great organization will go forward, in the spirit of collaboration, bonding, of sharing of knowledge and ideas. Each of you gave freely of your time, gave freely of your knowledge, freely of your experience. And that is why we all could all grow together and get to this point in 10 and a half months. I can go on, but I think we'll have to start the presentations. We have another day tomorrow. Today, I want to tell you that between the presentations, we'll take a break to listen to Atul Satya Kaushik, Indian mythology expert, who we've heard just once before, and I know there's so much more to learn from him that I really wanted him to come in and give us more insights. So we'll take a break for Mr. Atul Kaushik, and we'll be back again with the second part. So I'd like to first call in reverse order. We will start with Uttarakhand. Kiran Patodia, founder, Indo Ganga Holidays Private Limited. And after Uttarakhand will be Pune. I hope you found this bike platform interesting. And since it's recorded, let us hear her now.
Good morning, everyone. In last 2.5 months, we had a couple of events. In January, we celebrated FLO Founders Day. It was our first physical event. Then we had a webinar on sustainable farming with our Cabinet Minister for Agriculture, and guest of honor was our National President, Ms. Janhavi Phukan. In Adventure Tourism Initiative, we had 3 days National Kayaking Workshop and championship on the Ganga River, which was supported by Uttarakhand Tourism Development Board, and FLO is a proud forum partner in it. We also conducted our second series of the legal right of an Indian woman. In capacity building initiative, we did an event building resilience in girls against abuse. It was a personal safety and violence prevention workshop. In health initiative workshop, we distributed dignity kits, multivitamin supplements, and Saki diary. In our agriculture initiative, 1,500 mango saplings were distributed in 15 rural government schools and Anganwadi workers of Kashipur block in Nainital, with support of Women and Child Development Board, Government of India, and An Charitable Trust. In our village adoption program, we distributed vegetable seeds in Sela village with support of Horticulture Department, Government of Uttarakhand, and Trikon Society. We also conducted 5 days training workshop on dhoop and agarbatti making in Doiwala area that was also supported by Trikon Society and Khadi Gram Udyog Vibhag, Uttarakhand. In our tourism initiative, I feel happy to inform you that I represented University of Petroleum and Energy Studies in association with the Ministry of Tourism, Government of India. Conference was on resumption of Indian tourism industry in new normal, and I represented it on the forum as FICCI FLO chairperson and also as the president of Indian Association of Professional Rafting Outfitters. Let's take a glance through the web.
Thank you. That was a great session, Kiran, and thanks for bringing that into our perspective. Next, we have Pune with us, Anita Sanas, also proprietor director, Healing Touch, DNS Constructions and Sanas Builders. Anshu, is there a sound issue here? Girls, as you know, everyone's working from home. So that is, and we have a FICCI person trying to help us. from his home. With the sound now, I hope.
Next. That is the one word I would like to use to describe my experience as the chairperson of FLO Pune chapter 2020-21. The year 2020 was an opportunity in disguise, and it is in the face of adversity that we find our true strength. From doing live events, we shifted to online webinars, and thus began our journey of doing 3 webinars per week on varied topics such as business, entertainment, retail, marketing, and such. In all, we brought forth a whopping 110 webinars to keep our members engaged and enrich their lives with new learnings. During the tough times of the pandemic, we distributed over 1,000 dry ration kits to transgenders and frontline workers, and even distributed 4,500 homeopathic pill bottles to build immunity against the virus. Under the village adoption program, we adopted the village Pimpri Sanders and have been training the women with skill sets such as sewing, making candles, incense sticks, and even LED lights. We even handed over 5 sewing machines, seeing the volume of work being commissioned to these village women, and even built a permanent community toilet block for them. Under incubation, we started the Incubation Knowledge series where we introduced our members to the expert advice given by stalwarts of the business world. The FLO Mentorship Cell nurtured the members and contributed significantly to the professional development of mentees with the help of the right mentors. Under our skilling vertical, our members conducted training sessions at ITI, Leela Poonawalla Foundation and AVA, ranging from soft skills, English speaking classes to skill enhancing sets like Wali painting, candle making, etc. Sustain and Save Plastic Challenge was carried out amongst our members who collected a whopping 3,500 kilograms of plastic waste in just a week. National Flow introduced a business model, Start Your Own Business, along with the Sleepwell Foundation. Glad to note that we enrolled over 400 students for this workshop. To conserve our environment, we undertook 2 tree plantation drives and planted over 1,500 saplings. Distribution of seeds of soya and tur dal were continued since last term to the farmers of Osmanabad. On Digital Learning Day, we distributed 1,000 tablets to underprivileged students along with the InstaShala app to help them cope with their online studies. In rural parts of Sholapur, we donated 200 bicycles so that these students do not have to depend on public transport. We commemorated India's 72nd Republic Day by handing over 5 sewing machines to the war widows of Ava and even taught them skills to increase their earning capacity. Life skill training was undertaken with a collaboration with Hamara Bachpan Trust. On the occasion of Women's Day on 8th March, 350 women received their completion certificates. We at FLO Pune introduced Girls Who Build Robots and are supporting 200 girl students who are learning coding, AI and robotics digitally. They will now participate in robotic championships. To spread awareness of cervical cancer, we organized an awareness camp and the second dose of the vaccination was given to children at a rural school in Pune. The FLO Vocational Awards was a highlight for us. 12 vocational awards were conferred to honor the frontline warriors from different fields such as the medical fraternity, police force, municipal corporation, etc. To leave a permanent mark of FLO Pune chapter, we made a short film on domestic violence called Swamanse, which will be sent to all broadcasting agencies and to international film festivals to raise awareness on this issue. To keep our members engaged, we started the Book and Music Club and made them day chairs for our webinars, which instilled a sense of confidence in them. Once the lockdown eased up a bit, we managed to squeeze in a holistic retreat, a Huda picnic, and an art connoisseuring workshop, and Christmas and Valentine party. All this would not have been possible without the support of my members who believed in me and were by my side constantly, and the vision and support we received from our President Janvi Phukan and the national team who were just a call away. I welcome Usha Poonawalla as the 7th chairperson of FLO Pune chapter, and I know that under her leadership, the flag of our chapter will remain flying high as it has in the past 6 years. Thank you.
Yeah, all right. Tremendous amount of work done. I congratulate you, Anita. Next, we have, now we have Northeast, Juhi Sabu, co-founder, NV Life and Terramaya.
And Juhi, thanks so much. And next we have with us, Mumbai, Malu Natharajan, founder, trustee, Power Excellence Private Limited, Soul to Soul, which is an NGO. From east now, directly to the west.
Wanted to convey my message through a poem about FLO. Do we need a women-only group? Is a query frequently asked, a million-dollar question that's been cropping up in the recent past. Should we accept that we are different yet equal, or should we take one step at a time and not get ideological? I do believe that the Women's Forum deserves to stay. For too long, our opinions we had to downplay. Our absence from the podiums were brushed under the carpet, passed over as change agents, couldn't blow our own trumpet. Women empowerment and saving a girl child have been oft quoted and more often put aside. I first came across a dedicated forum that had a vision and a passionate quorum. FICCI FLO was set up over 3 decades or more by women leaders and ladies you really do adore. Events, awards, networking, and policymakers, it's now all about spotlighting and movers and shakers. The forum gives you a space to feel part of something big. You feel like a determined trailblazer and certainly a bigwig. Supported and surrounded by well-known fellow leaders, blessings and wishes from preachers and cheerleaders. We realize that we are all on a journey of change. It will take time for leaders globally to rearrange. We can help accelerate with a focused game plan. Let's keep the conversation going as long as we can. Tell your girls to think less about their glass sandals. That's fairy tale and we don't need that in our social handles. Tell your girls to focus on breaking the glass ceiling. That's what it is. So ladies, let's get the ball rolling. This was a fabulous experience for me and thank you, Flo, and to all of you for giving me this opportunity to be a part of it. Best wishes to Ujjwala Singhania, the incoming national president, and to my successor and good friend Lubena Shapurwala and the new EC team of Mumbai chapter. Thank you very much.
I'm delighted to give this message at the culmination of the year 2021. I think Malu's done an exceptional work distributing responsibilities within her team. And I think that there is a lot of learning in some new ways that this chapter has established the way programs can be done. Many, many congratulations to everyone, and I hope FLO Mumbai chapter will go from strength to strength. Thank you so much.
Hey Malu, congratulations for a superb year. We've watched with so much pride and so much excitement as you've taken the chapter on this ride and taken it from strength to strength. Congratulations.
Kudos to Malu and her team who met the challenges in an innovative way, ensuring at the same time all member participation. Well done, Malu.
Hi, Malu. 2021 has been a tough year thanks to COVID. You have handled the year very well and put together a very impressive list of events. Well done, Malu. Congratulations.
Malu and team, thumbs up to you all, because you all showed us what can be done in a year when we thought that we are locked in, we are at home, we will not be able to attend events, and you showed us that the sky is the limit.
Malu, was that written by you, the poem, or was it from someone else? Whatever, in any case, it was great and really set the tone for all of us. Congratulations. And now we have next Ludhiana, Manat Kothari, Director, KJ Forgings Private Limited.
Life is about accepting the challenges along the way, choosing to keep moving forward, and savoring the journey. 2020-21 is a year that will be engraved in the history. A year that changed how we thought. A year that changed how we worked. A year that changed most of our dogmatic beliefs. A year that made us realize the importance of family and friends, which we take sometimes for granted. A year that made us realize how nothing is in our hands. At the same time, a year that encouraged us to remember and to celebrate the endurance and resilience of human species in general. No matter how much falls on you, we keep plowing ahead. That's the only way to keep the roads clear. It was this topsy-turvy year when me and my team took the reins of FICCI Ludhiana in our hands. We are stronger than we think, and that's how we started finding ways to turn 2020-21 into a year of learning, a year of crossing all the hurdles, a year filled with love, hope, optimism, and faith. I always wanted to start my tenure with the blessings of Sister Shivani and had booked April 30th as a day of discourse. But then, because of unprecedented times, it was impossible to carry forward the live event. But when you really want something, you will always find a way. And that's how we chose to use the virtual platform. And the first online session happened on May 18th with Sister Shivani, which was attended by more than 350 ladies. That session worked like a magic for all of us who were going through trying times. It lifted the brain fog which was created by the fear of how I would carry forward my year in these unpredictable times. And then there was no looking back. FICCI Ludhiana did more than 50 webinars to engage ladies of various age groups across the country. The power and the spirit of #OneFlow was imbibed in the hearts of Janvi Phukan's 21 rock stars.
Very nicely done. Manat, congratulations. And now we have Lucknow, Pooja Garg, Director, Text Lifestyle Retail Private Limited. Pooja, over to you. Radha, over to Anshu. Remarkable work. Is there a video after this, or are you done with that? Thanks, Pooja. That was a remarkable work, and isn't it a great satisfaction for all of you at your work? Yes, what you could all do together. You can think and it's possible to do it. Fantastic. Thank you. Next, we have Kolkata. Sunira Chamaria, Executive Director at the Mother Roadways and Infra Limited. And all of you have have given beautiful presentations. Really a joy to see. Now we have Sunira. Anshu, I think we have to start from the beginning.
Hi, everyone. I'll be sharing my PPT. Unfortunately, I have some tech problems. I'm just doing it on my own. Like to begin by expressing my gratitude to everyone, to Janvi, to the Presidium, to all my fellow committee members, to the past chairs, past presidents. It is a bittersweet feeling for me to be standing here on my, and I'd like to remind all of us that we are proud of what we all have achieved together and individually. I'd like to begin with the village adoption program in the village of Murshidabad with 81 children. A school for 81 children was built. We also helped create a fully equipped occupational therapy center. And it is quite heartwarming to see the progress in these 70 kids. We partnered with the Sleepwell Foundation to provide 130 women the training to set up micro businesses. We've also signed an MOU with Udyan Care to help find placements for underprivileged women. We've launched the yearbook in which we've showcased our members, their work and the talent and a way to support them. Cannot help but reminisce some of the favorite memories from the beginning of the year where we had a photo shoot with over 100 members. The fun camaraderie continued virtually where we had the Bollywood Hangama, a competitive event, but the focus was just to have a good time. In January, we had an afternoon with drums and chanting. After which, later in the month, we took our members on a nature trail to discover the brown gold of our region, the Nolen Gur. We discovered the rustic beauty of the countryside and understood the process of making the famous Nolen Gur. We further had a cooking session where we conjured both scrumptious food, lots of smiles, laughter, and happiness. Under the able guidance of the renowned theatre personality Ramanjit Kaur, we had an empowering theatre workshop which left us with pockets full of confidence. In the month of March, we brought a retreat with a difference, a river cruise on the Ganges with beautiful sunsets, live music, laughter, camaraderie, spiritual experiences like yogans and Deepdan, a heritage walk on the erstwhile French colony of Chandannagar, party on an uninhabited island with ball singers, paper lanterns, mashals, and bonfire. We had an opportunity to bond with our members. We had a lot of high-profile speakers. From the Bollywood personalities, we had the elusive and talented director Neeraj Pandey, director, actor, poet Muzaffar Ali, the gorgeous actress Bhagyashree, Suzanne Khan. They spoke on the life in front of the camera and behind the scenes. Health and wellness was the toast this year with a lot of different talks under two initiatives, Fit at Flow and Love Yourself. We had nutritionist Ritesh Bowry, dermatologist Sonali Kohli, yoga guru Sandeep Agarwala, physiotherapist Nick Bauer, talks on wellness by Bhagyashree, Ayurvedic cooking, Tai Chi, meditation, and history and literature provided a peek into the past and a passage into the future. We had William Dalrymple and famous authors Amish and Bhavna Roy. The world of business has had an unprecedented year, and we had the opportunity to speak with some of our great minds. Ajay Singh from SpiceJet, Anand and Preeti Rathi, Mohandas Pai of Infosys, family business expert Anil Sainani. To learn about the economy, we had the chief economic advisor C.V. Subramanian, the ex-Minister of State for Finance, Jayant Sinha, Radhika Gupta, and Nisha Hola. Further, we had the educationist Abhimanyu Basu and Ayush Periwal. In fashion, we had Sandeep Khosla, Anamika Khanna, and Meera Muzaffar Ali. We had a workshop on makeup with Manisha Srivastav. We were blessed by a talk on women and spirituality by Sri Murari Bapu. Amish and Bhavna also shared spiritual nuggets. Arnab Goswami had us breaking the popularity charts. Food, and some drinks. Lots of tasty Tuesdays were planned with renowned chefs, mixologists, and food stylists. In the field of politics, we had indomitable Subramaniam Swamy, knowledgeable Jayant Sinha, and my dear friend Vivek Gupta. In environment and sustainability finally got its due. And we had a lot of workshops this year. Yogesh Parmar, Avik Chanda on emotional intelligence, positive parenting with Jyotsna Mohan Bhargav, and social media marketing with Yours Digitally. We had a lot of opportunity to art together, dancing with Sanyukta Sinha and Pankaj Sihag, music with Som and Ranjani, theatre with Ramanjeet Kaur. We had a panel of change makers in the legal field, ex-High Court Judge Nadira Patheria, lawyers and activists Shreya Singhal, Saurabh Kripal, gay rights activist Ritu Dalmia. We also had an opportunity to learn floral art from artist Poo. Professor Jalan from UK, with him we explored the futuristic avenues of liver health. Each speaker has opened up our minds to new dimensions and new approaches and a new way of thinking. My committee has been the foundation of this tenure and of this whole year as a whole. They poured their hearts and souls into the events, going into every minute detail. Special thanks to Manisha Srivastav, Shraddha Saraf, Ritu Jajodia, Manjari Almal, Rashmi Dabriwal, Vidhi Agarwal, Radhika Dalmia, Shweta Nathani, Mukti Gupta, Ritu Gupta, Shraddha Agarwal, Preeti Sureka, Swati Saraugi, Manjari Agarwal, Swati Podar, and Pinky Sinha. We'd like to thank the people behind the scenes as well. Our Superpower sponsor Drill, our print sponsor Print Factory, our design partner Red Square, and media partner Sunmarg. My FLO family, thank you for being so encouraging. Your support and enthusiasm has been serving as my fuel. Friends, it has been an honor to be at the helm of such an inspiring group of women. I thank you for this unmatchable opportunity. I'm confident that you will all continue to empower, be empowered, and nurture your own unique spark. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Samira. I do know that you have suffered a lot during this entire year with your family issues. Very sorry about the bereavement in your home now. And in spite of that, you've kept your flock together with so many engagements, despite everything. Well done. And now we have YFLO Kolkata, Shefali Agarwal, proprietor, SRA International. Shefali.
Manage the work front as well as our home, family, friends, all of that.
नफा महबूबा है घर में रखो, लाओ जहर है बाहर निकालो.
You keep saying, oh, Shiva is so hot. I keep saying he's a man who rides a bull, a wild bull. He has a snake around his neck. He's covered with ash and he smokes pot all day. That's not a very comfortable image to have in your front of you.
I asked what are the likes and dislikes. I asked किस type की लड़की चाहिए, which city you want.
So I think more or less 99% credit goes to the team and amazing craftsmen which India is gifted with. And I think 1% I can keep for myself.
That is quite reasonable. But yes, that's really.
Very well done. Thank you, Shefali. Indeed, it is limitless. And from YFLO, you go on to FLO and continue collaborating and contributing to this great organization. Okay, now next we have, one second. We will now have Kanpur, Dr. Aarti Gupta, Chief Investment Officer, DBR Ventures.
It is an extremely humbling and gratifying experience to present the annual report as the chairperson for FLO Kanpur for the year 2020-21, the unique year with the annihilating strike of the insidious global pandemic that taught us to rise up to the ever unfurling challenges with sublime grace and grit. A year where, under the leadership of our national president, one FLO walked together and achieved the impossible. Our vision for the year was RISE, where we tried to raise awareness and ignite a sustained consciousness that mobilizes the women to come together and empower each other. To fulfill this vision, FLO Kanpur in 2020-21 adopted 2 villages, wherein health camps, skilling workshops, plantation drives were held. 300 kgs of plastic was recycled and used to cover 2,500 square feet of wall all over Kanpur with vertical gardens. 100 sustainable toilets were built. 12 lakh worth of ration was distributed among 13,000 families during COVID in partnership with other organizations. 1,100 bags of happiness with stationery and books was distributed to kids. 75 teachers were trained in online education. 500 young professionals trained under the Sleep Well Foundation program. An interview training workshop and an interview wardrobe was set up in our adopted ITI. A total of 61 webinars and 5 on-ground events were held, where 45 speakers were called from various fields and 16 skilling workshops were held. All done with one physical meeting of the committee. Yes, one physical meeting of the committee. When we flagged off the year, we ourselves were a tad bit apprehensive about pulling off incessant events without the requisite visceral dynamics in place. But the human capacity for burden is like bamboo, far more flexible than you'd ever believe at first glance. Our team ensured that we not only survived, but thrived the year 2021. Before I share a glimpse of the work done by the entire team of FLO Kanpur, I offer my deepest gratitude to everyone who helped me in this journey as we rise by lifting others.
Very well done, Aarti. Congratulations. The range of work you've done. And now we have Jaipur, Vandana Parnani, CEO, White Peacock Manufacturers and Exporters of Marble Sculptures and Artifacts. Vandana.
Janvi, can we take the presentation after Mr. Atul Kaushik, because he'll be in the waiting room. It's almost
Mr.
time.
Kaushik has joined us.
Yeah, because I'm not sure if the presentation will get over. So then, so can we take the presentation 2 minutes later?
We could do that. We already have Mr. Kaushik supposed to join us at 3, but please ask. We can take these two later after we're done with Mr. Kaushik. In that case. Is that okay with you all, girls? Because this would be a good change to listen to him, and then we carry on with our work. That's why I thought it was important for all of us to imbibe lessons from our history.
Janviji, Mr. Kaushik is in. Can you hear us?
Rashmi, are you here?
I'm here, ma'am. Mr. Kaushik is here.
Okay.
Can you see him? Let me pin him.
I'd like to welcome him, Mr. Atul Satya Kaushik. Thank you very much for coming on our platform today, Mr. Kaushik. Just introduce Mr. Kaushik to our chapters who are here today. This is our annual session on Mr. Kaushik, and we have our 21 chapter chairs, our past presidents, and our governing members, body members, here with us today. Mr. Kaushik has studied almost all the books on modern mythology, and he's made larger-than-life theatrical plays out of them. He's a storyteller with a mission to tell these 1,000-year-old stories in a manner that we can comprehend and imbibe and take forward. These are life lessons, which is so important for us to hear from him today, and we are very happy for his time with us. His sessions have, in fact, connect Indian mythology with modern businesses and corporate governance, which makes sense for us as a women's business body to learn from him through the gender lens today. So thank you, Mr. Kaushik, and over to you.
Thank you so much, Janabi ma'am. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much, FICCI FLO. First of all, Rashmi ji, Anshu Gupta ji, and everybody who's joined us here. I feel so happy to be here once again on the platform of FICCI. And I must congratulate you all on the 37th session of the wonderful work that you've been doing all these years. Sustainable livelihood for women and investing in women of new India, and I've been called upon to connect it with the women of older India, the women of Puranik India. So I'll try my best to build a bridge between the women from the story of Mahabharata specifically. And as planned, I'll speak for about 25 minutes, and then I'll open the house to any question, any interjection. In the meanwhile, you can keep commenting in the chat box. I'll try and read them as well. And I can see Dharitri ji, Mita ji, Rinku ji, Taruna ji, Malu ji, Pritika ji, Aarti ji. Welcome you all. And if you have anything to say, interject, you can please raise your hand, and I'll lend an ear to your objections as well, because the topic is such that we all have our own, interpretations. So through the gender lens, leadership lessons from Mahabharata, a very interesting discourse. It can be provided we, of course, change the lens. As the title says, that we definitely have to change the lens, because Mahabharata is such a great epic, but most of it has been written, told to us, presented and discussed from the point of view of the male figures. And that is because it has such gigantic, iconic male figures. I mean, you have people like Krishna, Bhishma, Arjun, Yudhishthira. I mean, they all have, a whole epic in their own right. So we never tried to look at this story from the point of view of women. But Janavi ji, today my effort will be to change your opinion and let you believe that it is actually the story of women. It is actually the women of Mahabharata who have been guiding everything. They were behind everything. They were the pivotal factor in the entire story of Mahabharata. So I will be talking about a couple of women. But before I do that, I would want to tell you a bit about the status of women in those times, which is grossly misconceived, misunderstood at today's times. We think that women are vocal, ambitious. In these times, let me tell you, the great women of our country have always been such. They have always been very vocal. They have always been very ambitious. And today I'm going to tell you how it was in the story of Mahabharata from the point of view of the inspiring women characters. They were very vocal. They were very conscious of their rights and remedies as well. If their right is challenged, if their right is, not given to them, what remedies are available to them. And I'm going to tell all these things with the help of few characters and with the help of few stories. So Janavi ji, first of all, I'm sure all of you must have noticed, and if you not noticed, let me tell you, women always had the first right in deciding whom will they marry. They will set the condition. If you want to marry me, do this. If you want to marry me, do this. That was the concept of Swayamvar. Swayam apna var aap chuniye. So it was men who was standing in line to marry great women. you give me an opportunity to fulfill the conditions set up by you, and then I would probably aspire to have you as my wife. They always had the deciding right in choosing that whom will they marry. Another very important thing that we must understand, that women were very ambitious politically, very ambitious personally. I mean, you look at Satyavati, Satyavati set the condition that if you want to marry me, Shantanu, if you want to marry me, you have to make sure that my son will become the king after you. She had political ambitions, and why not? Why only men are allowed to have political ambitions and sit on thrones? Why can't she have her own rights, and why can't she have her own son sitting on throne? What happened after that is a different discourse, but they've had political ambitions. Another very interesting thing which I want to bring forward here is that Mahabharata has been throughout the story of single mothers. It has been a story of single mothers. All the mothers, we talk about Atmanirbharta, and you're talking about sustainable livelihood. The Mahabharata tells us that it has been a story of single mothers, and a single mother is Atmanirbhar enough to take care of child and bring up great men. I mean, you look at Shakuntala, she brought up Bharat, on whose name we call our country Bharat. I'll tell that story as well. I mean, Shakuntala was a single mother. After that, Ganga brought up Devvrat, who was later called Pitama Bhishma. She did that single-handedly without any active support from Shantanu. Satyavati brought up Chitrangad and Vichitraveer because Shantanu had died very early. Later, you see Kunti. Pandu died very early. Kunti brought up those 5 men single-handedly. After that, look at Subhadra. When she was bringing up Abhimanyu, Pandavas were in exile with Draupadi. She brought up that young, brave warrior single-handedly. And then look at Uttara. I mean, the last link, Abhimanyu died in the battle of Mahabharata only, and Parikshit was still in his mother's womb. She brought up Parikshit. Right from Shakuntala till Uttara, Mahabharata is a story of single mother. And we have started talking about single motherhood today, and it has been there in our country since 5,000 years ago. You know, Uttara asked Krishna in the battle of Mahabharata on the 13th day, that is it the destiny of all the mothers in this dynasty that we have to bring up children alone without active support from fathers? Then Krishna tells us that every woman has Purush and Prakriti both in her own self. If you are supposed to bring up a child on your own, you have to ignite Purush as much as you ignite Prakriti. Prakriti you have naturally because you are mother, you are nature. But you have that Purush within you only. You don't need any outside Purush. So that is one great lesson that we learn from the story of Mahabharata, that women were always Atmanirbhar. And let me remind you, not only they bring up children, they brought up great children, like in Bharat, like Pandavas, like Devvrat. Another very interesting fact that I want you to notice, that in those times, sons were known by the name of mothers, not by the names of fathers. You see, you in the entire Gita, you have Krishna calling him Parth. What is Parth? Kunti's previous name was Pritha. Then she was given in adoption to her uncle. Then her name changed to Kunti. Otherwise, her name was Pritha. And Pritha's son was called Parth. Bhishma was called Ganga Putra Bhishma. Karna was called Radheya. Abhimanyu was called Saubhadra. So, sons were known by the names of their mothers. Unlike today, where we fight for the names of fathers. You know, बोलते हैं यार तुम जानते नहीं मेरे पिता कौन है, उधर बोलते थे तुम जानते नहीं मेरी माता कौन है. So they were known by the names of great mothers. So such was the status of women in those times. And last very important thing that I want you all to notice is that the entire battle of Mahabharata, the entire battle of throne was fought, but Pritika ji, if you look at it carefully, the only royal blood, the only Kuru blood was Pitama Bhishma. None of the other warriors were actually Kuru blood. They were fighting because their mothers were married to somebody in the Kuru Vansh. Otherwise, you look at Dhritarashtra's mother was Ambika. She was a Kashi Naresh ki beti. His actual father was Vedvyas. He was heir to throne because somebody married his biological mother. Therefore, what we know that women could have had son from any person, but the wed husband had to give his name to that son of his wife. So Pandu was not actually the father of Pandavas, but they are called Panduputra. because Pandu was the husband of their biological mother. Such was the status, such was the authority enjoyed by women. So I really hope and I really pray that efforts of associations like FICCI FLO bring back those times where women take the call, they call the shots. So this is just a brief bit on the status that women enjoyed in those times. Now I'll talk about a couple of women and what lessons on leadership, what lessons on an inspired living we learn from them. So Jahnavi ji, I would like to begin with the story of Shakuntala and Bharat. I'm not going into the entire story of Abhigya and Shakuntala, but we know that Dushyant was Shakuntala's husband. He forgot that I have a wife in the jungle. Shakuntala went to his court, reminded him that you have a son waiting in the jungle. Dushyant insulted her. Then something happened and he went back to get his son back. And there he saw a 16-year-old boy counting the teeth of a lion. He asked him, "Who are you, great man? Who is your father?" He told him very confidently, "I am Bharat. My mother is Shakuntala and my father is King Dushyant." He said, "I am Dushyant. Take me to your mother." Now, when Dushyant and Bharat went to Shakuntala, Dushyant requested her, "Ki aap aiye darbar mein." He said, "I won't come. You have insulted me, I won't come. But I have brought up your child, your son, like a prince has to be brought up. He is prepared for the kingdom. Take him and make him rule the kingdom." Bharat asked his mother, "Mother, give me one single lesson. As a king, what should I do?" And the lesson that Shakuntala gave to his son is the lesson which all the leaders of today should understand. She said, as a leader, never go after personal glory, never go after personal profit, never go after personal benefit. Always look for the interest of your subjects. And if you do so, if you go after personal glory, I will somehow remind you of this lesson and you will come back on the track. He said, "Okay, mom, no problem." He went back to his kingdom, started ruling, and forgot the lesson his mother taught her. What happened? He started seeking personal glory. He asked his courtiers, "What is it that I can do so that I become the most famous king in the entire history of this nation?" Now, there were some people who wanted to, butter him, flatter him. They said, "Sir, king, the mountain Meru is the highest mountain in this world. If you climb that mountain, you will become the only king who has done so. And you will be the greatest of all." Now he forgot the teaching of his mother that in order to climb the mountain Meru, you'll put the entire army, the entire resources at stake. You'll take the whole army with you to fight the wild animals, and the kingdom will not be taken care of well. He forgot all that. He set out on the adventure of climbing the mountain Meru. He started that. A lot of money was spent, a lot of armies was spent, and after a few years, he actually managed to climb the mountain Meru. Now, but his mother told him that you will come back on track if you ever go lead astray. What happened? The moment he tried to hoist the flag of Hastinapur on Mountain Meru, he set his eye apart and he saw that there were thousands of flags already there. Thousands of flags already, right there on the peak of the Mountain Meru. He said, "How stupid I am. I think I'm bigger than nature. I think I'm bigger than history. I think history is what I know. History is older than that." And then he was set on the right track. And then he went on to actually become the greatest king of Kuru Vansh. And our country today is known by the name of Bharat, which comes from Bharat only. So a great mother, Shakuntala, gave a great leadership lesson to his son that think of your subjects, do not go after personal glory, personal benefit. And I really hope and pray that our leaders also understand this lesson. Second lady and iconic character I talk about is Ganga. Now we all know the story that Maharaj Shantanu set his eyes on Ganga, he fell in love with her and he wanted to marry her. Now Ganga was a very intelligent, very wise, very well-read, very knowledgeable, and of course very beautiful woman. When Shantanu came and told her that I want to marry you, Ganga told him very articulately, "You are only floored by my beauty. It is not love. It is lust. I am telling you. So do not marry me out of lust. You will not be able to manage me. I am a difficult woman to manage." He said, No. I am not only after beauty. I know you are very intelligent. I know you are very knowledgeable. Then Ganga told him, "If you actually think I am very intelligent, then promise me you will never question me. Whatever I do, you will never question me, because if you question me, then I will understand that you are saying all this only to flatter me. You didn't actually mean it. And Mitaji, let me tell you, this is a great lesson that we learned from Ganga. A lot of people ask me, sir, what is the foundation of a long relationship, great relationship? And I tell them, if you have to choose a person who loves you a lot and the person who respects you a lot, marry the second one. Love vanishes, respect stays. And the relationships continue only on the basis of respect. They fall apart because you stop respecting the person for the person he is, for the aspirations he has, for the family he comes from. So Ganga said, if you respect me, if you actually respect my intelligence, you will never question me. Otherwise, I will understand that you are just trying to butter me, just trying to get me and nothing else. This gives us a very important lesson that if you're entering an association, be it personal, be it professional, never allow it to be built on a false ground. Never allow it to build on a false ground, otherwise it will fall apart. Ganga married him. Now, such goes the story that she gave birth to 7 sons. They were Ashtavasu, and she, floated them all in Ganga river only. When the 8th son was born, Shantanu could not hold himself back. He stopped Ganga. What are you doing? Why are you killing my sons like this? She said that this was the day I feared would come one day. You actually do not respect my intelligence. You actually do not think that what I do is right only. You have questioned me. That respect is gone now. Janabiji, first divorce of the history. That respect is gone now. There's no point we should stay together now. But I know it's an infant that I am holding in my hand. I will bring this child up for 16 years and I will give you a deserving king for this great nation. Same thing which Shakuntala did. Again, a single mother bringing up a great child. And minded, Guru Parashuram had taken a vow that I will not teach any Kshatriya. I will not teach any Kshatriya. But Ganga took Devrat to him. Teach my son. He said, no, he's a Kshatriya. I cannot teach a Kshatriya. Then she told him, has any Kshatriya brought him to you? No. His mother has brought him to you. And mother does not have any caste or religion. A mother is requesting you to teach my son. And Parashuram had to bend down to that request. And then he taught Devrat, who later on became Ganga Putra Bhishma, and the story went forward. So Ganga gave us this very interesting lesson of leadership that based the associations, whether personal or professional, on trust, on respect, and on truthful grounds. Do not make false promises, false commitments. Otherwise, that relationship will one day fall apart. Moving forward, now I would want to talk about one deeply misunderstood character from Mahabharata, that is Kunti. We know Kunti as a timid woman, always crying, hoping that her sons will someday get their rights. Kunti was not such a woman, not at all. She was a great woman, great leader, great communicator, and a great strategist. We all know that Kunti was given into adoption to her uncle Kunti Bhoj, and then Durvasha Rishi came to visit Kunti Bhoj's kingdom, and Kunti, served him well, and he gave her the boons. All that is story that I'm not going into. What I want to go into is that Kunti was the uniting force among the Pandavas. She was always with them, leading from the front. Always leading from the front. When Pandu could not bear children, and it's also a very interesting analogy that how political ambitions were there in Kunti also. So what happened, Pritika ji, Pandu told Kunti that I cannot father children, but you have a boon. In fact, Kunti only told him that I have a boon that I can call upon gods, and they will bless me with a son as good and as brilliant and as divine as them. So he said, okay. So first he called upon Dharma, then he called upon Vayu, then he called upon Indra, and she had 3 children. Now Pandu said, now please share the same mantra with your my other wife, Madri. She said, okay, I will do that. When she shared the boon and the mantra with Madri, she called upon Ashwini Kumar and she gave birth to twins. Now Pandu again said, give her the boon once again. Now Kunti thought, if she bears twins again, the number of sons she will have is 4, and the son that I have is 3. I will not let her do that. I will not let her have more sons than I have, because it was always a number game. So she did not share that boon with her. Now Pandu is dead. Mahadri is dead and Kunti is alone in the jungle with 5 sons. She treaded the whole path. She went to Hastinapur and told Dhritarashtra that these are the sons of your younger brother. But now imagine the situation of a woman whose husband is dead, whose Jeth is king, who has 100 sons. And those 100 sons always bullied Kunti's 5 sons because they were more in numbers. Imagine 100 young boys against 5 young boys. They were always bullied and they were always underconfident. Kunti was the one who always instilled confidence in them. That I will walk with you as long as I can. But one day you have to take whatever is rightfully yours. And she had her own ways of doing it. She was a great leader. She had her own ways of teaching. She won't, make them all sit and give them lessons like a guru. She will indulge in stories. She will indulge in episodes. I'll tell you 2 very interesting stories very quickly. So what happened? So all the Kauravas and Pandavas would always fight. So some Rishi came, apparently Narad. He came and told them that Kunti, this is Hastinapur, and Hasti in Sanskrit means Hathi. So this kingdom worships Hasti, yani Hathi. Tum Hathi puja karo, you do elephant worship, and probably then this thing will be sorted. So Kunti was not the queen. Her husband was not alive. So she did not have a lot of money. So what she did, she couldn't have afforded real elephants. What she did, she made 5 clay elephants made of clay, and she started worshipping them. Now Gandhari got to know. Now Jethani Devrani ka jhagda to tab se chalta aa raha hai. That competition, how can she have elephant worship and I can't? Now somebody told her, no, she is doing elephant puja, and she has made 5 elephants of clay. Now Gandhari said, oh, she is the poor woman, I am the queen. I will make 100 elephants of gold. Now she arranged 100 elephants made of gold, and she started showing off around her. I am doing the elephant worship the way it should be done. Now Kunti said, it is the right opportunity to motivate my sons and to let them realize what powers they have. She started talking to her sons, and she went to Arjun, and she sat there with a sad face. Arjun said, mother, what happened? She told him what happened. He said, mother, how can I help you? She told him, you have the power of getting me the greatest elephant which is alive, that is Airavat, which belongs to Indra. You see what you can do. Arjun said, no problem, mother. And apparently Arjun shot arrows in a manner that it made a ladder up till the Swarg, and he went there and borrowed Airavat for 1 day, got him down. And his mother worshipped Airavat, and Airavat went back, and Arjun realized his true potential. That was his way of motivating his sons, not by sermons, by actions. Another very interesting story which is related with Kunti is the story of Bakasur. Now, after the episode of the House of Wax, when Duryodhan tried to burn them alive in the Lakshagra House of Wax, they somehow survived with the help of Vidur, and they disappeared in the jungle. They disappeared in the forest, and they reached a village called Ek Chakra Gaon, and they took shelter with a Brahmin. They took shelter with a Pandit, and he helped them. He gave them shelter. One day, Kunti saw that Pandit crying. He was crying. She asked him, what is the case? Now the Pandit told her that this Ek Chakra Gaon was once, dominated, was a asur called Bakasur. Then we made an arrangement with him that every 15 days, every fortnight, one young able-bodied man will come with a cart full of food, and he will offer himself and the food and the cart to you. You eat everything, but do not attack the village. And Pandit said, tomorrow it is my turn. Now Kunti again saw an opportunity. He convinced his son Bhim that tomorrow that Pandit will not go, you will go. And Kunti knew that she is serving 3 very important purposes with that one action. Number 1, she wanted an allegiance which all professional people should look forward to, that it should be a mutual benefit. I mean, if you only grow in association, your partner will not survive with you for long. She thought that Pandit has helped me. Now it is my time to give it back. I will save his life. Number 2, they were living a life of poverty. Bhim could have never had food enough for his appetite. Now a cart full of food will be a treat to Bhim, because she knew that Bakasur can't do anything to Bhim. But Bhim will first eat the food, then will kill Bakasur. And third, of course, she knew that one day war will happen. And they wanted as many allegiances as possible. So by that one action, she made a very good alliance with the whole village, the whole community. And does it happen that Bhim went there, ate the entire cart, they ate the entire food and killed Bakasur, and then they disappeared from that village. And that people of Ek Chakra village later on helped Pandavas in the war of Mahabharata. Now, last thing about Kunti Janabi ji, which I don't know why people say that कि कुंती ने देखा नहीं, उसने बोला बेटा जो लाए हो बांट लो और द्रौपदी के 5 पति हो गए. Come on, how can it be possible? The folk tales and a lot of versions of Mahabharata tell us that Kunti knew beforehand that Arjun has Draupadi in Swayamvar and all the 5 brothers are coming with Draupadi. Krishna had informed her well in advance. Now Kunti knew, Mitaji, that so far I have been the uniting force for these 5 brothers who are 5 powerhouses in their own right. I need one more center. I need one more power center, one uniting force which can keep them together, and only a woman as great as Draupadi, as great as Kunti, because they were both Panchakanya. She knew that Draupadi, by being a common wife, can only keep the brothers together. Otherwise, one time may come when they fight within themselves. So it was a very strategic decision, very strategic communication. Ki jo laaye ho baant lo aapas mein. She knew it is Draupadi, and she wanted it to be like that. That Draupadi will keep them together, and that's how it happened. Kunti could not accompany Pandavas after the Dhyuta Krida. Draupadi went with them. Kunti told her, you go with them and keep them together, keep them motivated, keep them inspired, and only a woman, only the force of nature, the force of mother, the force of wife can do it. Keep a man motivated. Otherwise, men lose their confidence all the time. A woman is always behind their back motivating them. And in last couple of minutes, I quickly want to talk about Draupadi. Again, the only 2 things that we talk about Draupadi are: 1, she had 5 husbands; 2, she was disrobed, or somebody tried to disrobe her in the court. 5 pati the aur chiharan hua tha. But Draupadi was much more than that, much more than that. In fact, in the last session with FICCI, I shared the story of Draupadi and Satyabhama, where she told Satyabhama how she manages 5 husbands, keeping them all happy. The story that I want to share now is the story of Chirharan. Now, Draupadi, when she was informed that you are being called in the court, now she was going through her monthly cycle, monthly periods. She was clad in a very thin piece of cloth. She told the Shasan, I am not appropriately dressed. You can't take me to a court like this with my hair open. He dragged her by hair. When she reached the court, she was the first woman who stood in the court full of men and asked them personal questions, legal questions, moral questions. And no man present in the court had answers to her questions. So I still wait for that day where a newspaper headline, which are so happy writing every month that one more Draupadi was disrobed or tortured in some city. But nobody writes when a political leader like you all speaks at a forum, speaks in the parliament. No one dares to write कि आज एक और Draupadi दहाड़ी. Why not? When a woman stands against man, that means she is Draupadi. When she puts her point forward, that means she is Draupadi. She began by asking personal questions to the Pandavas. You all 5 have confessed your love to me personally, separately. And now I am being disrobed in the court. Is that your love for me? When that personal thing did not work, she went on to moral grounds. She asked Pitama Bhishma, she asked Dhritarashtra, Vidur, that what is a bigger dharma? Saving the dignity of a woman or standing by a prince who is indulged in jua, who is indulged in drinking? What is a bigger dharma? When the moral questions didn't work, she asked very pertinent legal questions. She was a very well-read woman. She knew the constitution the way I want all women of this country to be. Know your law, know your rights, so that you can know your remedies as well. She asked very clearly that I know the law of this land. Anything which is promised while playing jua and while drinking does not have any meaning. Why are you going by whatever Yudhishthira has promised? Second thing she said, I am not only Yudhishthira's wife, I am wife of 4 other men. Have they all agreed? How Yudhishthira can alone, he can, pledge me in the game of gambling. Again, she asked if Yudhishthira has already lost himself. How can he pledge me? What right does he have on me when he himself doesn't have a right on his own personality? She asked legal questions to which nobody had answers. Nobody had answered. She in fact then threatened them. If I am no more your wife, then my next introduction is that I am Drupad's daughter and Drishdum's sister. Send a word out to them that this is what is happening to me. Then they will show you how to save the dignity of a woman. So that was the aura, that was the personality, that was the confidence of Draupadi that we see. So we have to respect the limitation of time as well. I tried to somehow bring forward the character, the qualities, the confidence, and that iconic status of the women character of Mahabharata. And it is time when we start reading Mahabharata from their point of view as well. But we see that we have so many Draupadis, Kuntis, Shakuntalas around us. They themselves do not know their value. So all I can do is I can pledge my commitment to Janvi ji, FICCI, wherever I am required to pass on these messages, I am always available. I will do my bit to spread these messages to as many people as I can. Thank you so much once again for listening to me. I now open the house to questions and observations. Over to you, Janvi ji. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that, Atunji. It was, this is that history that we have, the legacy that we have, what we ourselves need to, reinforce in ourselves and to give down to our children for us to carry on, is this constant reminder about we mustn't forget our space in history and our role in the present and our potential for the future.
Right.
So instead of taking up time, I would ask my chapter chairs for their questions. And what I want to say is that this inspiration that you've, the inspirational stories that you brought alive, please do this more for our younger children as well. We want to make sure that they get to read this. I think growing up in the time of that Amar Chitra Katha, those comic books were really useful.
Yeah, it
because
was.
we went to convent schools, we were quite disconnected in that education that we had in our country. But it's very important now that these becomes part of our social learning.
Now is the time. Now is the time that it should happen. It should happen.
Learning should be at the very school level onward, because this is, after all, our culture, which was washed away. So thanks very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Girls, please come up with your questions. So there are too many things to ask. But
yes, Anita ji, I think, has something to say.
Yes, there's something in the chat I see, which is...
Anita ji has already written, how would you describe the relationship between Draupadi and Krishna? All right. So Anita ji, our Bollywood movies teach us that a man and a woman can never be good friends. They can never be best friends. Now Mahabharata defies this. It defies this. Krishna and Draupadi had a relationship of true friendships. It is written that Draupadi would share things with Krishna that she wouldn't even share with sun and moon. Krishna was that close to him, and Krishna was not only her friend, not only his philosopher and guide, only in positive terms. Whenever he required to snub Draupadi, to rebuke Draupadi, he did that as well. When during the war of Mahabharata, Draupadi got this overconfidence. She overvalued herself by saying that this entire war is being fought for me and my hair. Krishna told her very clearly that these kind of wars are fought only once in yugas. Okay, your respect is at stake. It is very much there, but do not credit yourself as the only reason for the war, because wars come with a price. I'm warning you. Wars look fancy, but they come with a price. If you want to take the credit of the whole war, you will have to let go of everything that you have. And this actually happened. All her 5 sons were killed by Ashwathama on the night of the 18th day. Krishna had warned her. So this is what a true friend does. We think a friend is somebody who says what I like to hear. No, it's not like that. A friend who makes you meet the reality. This is what Krishna was with Draupadi. So this was their relationship, and we all must learn from that. We all must respect that, and we all must aspire for having one such person in our life, irrespective of the gender. Thank you, Antaji. I think that answers the question.
Thank you for that. I think I see Malu has a point of view which I would want you to address.
Yeah.
On Ganga, but that is a male narrative. Which
to a lay person, Ganga is projected as a lady who fell and walked away. Sita was asked not to cross a line and stay within the boundary of Ram. Draupadi was humiliated by a bunch of men. There was not one woman in the battlefield. Kekai, Ramayana is projected as a skinny woman, unless I got your point. This is by Maluji. So Maluji, what has gone wrong? I can't see you, Maluji, but I think your question is there. Yeah. So what has gone wrong, Maluji, is that we have confined our knowledge of Ramayana and Mahabharata by what B.R. Chopra ji and Ramanand Sagar ji showed to us. We think that is the Mahabharata. And the only thing I request with folded hand to everybody, please go back and read. Go back and read Mahabharata, Ramayana. They have many versions, many interpretations, and I cannot claim any of them to be right or any of them to be wrong. They are versions. If you go back and read, I mean, there are versions which will, totally blow you off your mind. I mean, the kind of interpretation, even Valmiki himself, after writing the Ramayana, somebody told him, this is a good book, good story, but not very exciting. Then Valmiki himself wrote Adbhut Ramayana, where the Sita is a fighting warrior. We do not go back and read. And like Janaviji pointed out, all these texts were written by males. And hence the observation that you shared. But I always believe Ramayana and Mahabharata, they are stories of very strong women characters. And I am on a mission to pass on this message to people like you, Maluji. So please go back and read.
Yes.
Ji.
Thank you so much for that. Yeah.
Thank you, Ji.
That's very important. We also need to bring in the female narrative. It's like what we were talking to a minister a few days ago, and it was about the data presentation in India. But that's it. It's statistics. It's whose data, whose interpretations. There's so many different nuances to all this. But yes, it's time the female narrative comes out stronger.
It is the time. It is the time.
And I think the 21st century belongs to women. So
yes.
On that note,
yes,
wealth would, yes.
One last question maybe, and then
yeah, please.
And we all have
in the chat box, sir.
Okay, chat box, yeah. Usha ji, please explain relationship status between Kunti and Karma. I think he means Karn, or Kunti's expectation from Karn. Okay, so there are a lot of narratives associated with this. One narrative says that when Karna was born, Kunti was just 14-15 years old, and she was carrying the responsibility of two families, one her own father and the father who adopted her. So the name of two royal families was associated with her. She was not married. She was given a boon by Durvasha Rishi that whosoever God you call upon, he will come and give you a son as divine as he himself is. As a young woman who's never had a mother in her life because she was given to her uncle, and her uncle's wife had already died, so she never had a female figure in her life. She was curious, how does this happen? Is this even possible? She playfully, just to check the validity of that boon, she called upon Sun, and he gave him a son in the name of Karna. She got scared, and definitely what happened, usne pani baha diya. वो सब हमने बात सुनी है. But to me, Karn and Kunti, they are not only names, they are representations. Karn is somebody who we find a lot in our society, somebody who is very talented but denied of opportunity. Very talented but denied of opportunity. Karn कहता भी, रश्मि रथी जो कविता है रामदास सिंह दिनकर की, उसमें कर्ण की लाइंस हैं, मैं उनका आदर्श कहीं जो व्यथा ना बोल सकेंगे, मैं उनका आदर्श कहीं जो व्यथा न बोल सकेंगे, जग पूछेगा किंतु पिता का नाम न बोल सकेंगे, जिनका निखिल विश्व में कहीं न कोई अपना होगा, मन में लिए उमंग जिन्हें चिरकाल कल्पना होगा, मैं उनका आदर्श. So this was Karn's status, that I am somebody, the entire world will ask my father's name. I know my father's name, but I cannot tell this. So Karn is everybody who's deprived of an opportunity despite the fact that he has the talent and the skill. And Kunti is everybody who takes too much pressure of the society and lets her own interest, lets her own well-being go away, succumbing to the pressure of society. So these are the representations. Otherwise, a lot of narratives. And you said Kunti's expectations from Karna. We know that in Mahabharata, she goes back to Karna and just tells him, join back your brothers. She even promised that Draupadi will be your wife. Like she's wife to 5 husbands, you will be her 6th husband. You will be the king of Hastinapur. But then Karna asked a very simple question. जिस दोष के कारण त्यागा था, जिस कारण हुआ अभागा था, वो दोष आज भी है मुझ में, वो पाप आज भी है मुझ में, वो क्या है जो बदल गया? अब क्या बदल गया है माता? मैं तो अभी भी वही हूं जो पहले था. So this was a relationship of conflict and a great relationship where the expectation on both the sides were never met. And we have so many relationships of this kind all around us where we have expectations, but we know कि वो कभी पूरा होगा नहीं. So it's an incomplete story which will always be incomplete.
Yes, indeed. Yes.
Over to you, Rashmi ji.
Thank you so much, Atul ji, for joining us on a day like this, and immense learning from you. Janvi ji and I were already, very intrigued by the discussion we had during the FICCI AGM, and this was even better. And I hope my chapter chairs will endorse that. So thank you so much. Thank you for being with us today. We will continue with our session with our chapter chairs. So thank you, and we'll hope to see you soon, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anjali. And please keep up the learnings, and please come up with smaller versions, simpler versions for, I think, from primary school level that we need to have in.
Yeah, we are coming up with something like this very soon. I'll send you details, Janabiji. We are taking it very seriously.
Your message needs to go out.
I'll do that. Thank you everyone for giving me time. Thank you so much, and wish you all the best for the remaining of the event. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Goodbye. Okay. So I hope you enjoyed that, girls. It was time to also take a step back and look at the world around us. And this is what history is telling us. And finally, as we all know, women are the pivot of it all. So we shall continue now. And now we will take up to go back to the very interesting chapter presentation that we are having. We will now go to Jaipur. That we have Vandana Parmani, please, who is the CEO of the White Peacock Company. Okay. Next, we have with us Vandana. Thanks very much for that. I'm sorry, my internet is quite unstable, so I missed that bit. And thank you very much for that, Vandana. And now we have Indore, Ria Chabra, Director, Chabra Group.
आई तू? किसने तुझको रोका है? बात कल कुछ और थी, फिर से आज मौका है। पर खोल के हो आजाद, डरना इस आसमान से। कमर कस ले आज ही, लड़ना है अभी जहान से। ये बंदिशें, ये बेड़ियां तुझे न रोक पाएंगी। इरादों को शमशीर कर, ये खुद ही टूट जाएंगी। सर झुके थे, सर झुकेंगे फिर से तेरे सामने। थी मजाल कब किसी की तुझे झुका दे अपनी शान में। तूने तो इतिहास रचा है अब तक अपने काम से। बनी है, बनती रहेंगी गाथाएं तेरे नाम से। तू किसी से कम नहीं है, आज बस ये जान ले। बहती धरा को मोड़ दे, अपनी ताकत को पहचान ले। अखंड तेरी शक्ति है, प्रचंड तेरी काया है। शिकस्त होके चित पड़े जिसने भी आजमाया है। चीर के फलक को तूने ध्वज ऊंचा लहराया है। सर उठा के देख ले, वो वक्त फिर से आया है। सर उठा के देख ले, वो वक्त फिर से आया है।
So now, thanks very much for that. And we have Rashmi Coimbatore, no?
We have FLO Hyderabad. FLO Hyderabad, sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, at my very unstable link. Yes. Okay, so now we have Pooja. Please go ahead.
Greetings to President Jahnavi Pookan, the Presidium, governing body, fellow chairpersons, members, and viewers. The national vision envisaged by President Jahnavi Pookan for 2020-21 was indeed an emotive one. I'm sure creating sustainable livelihood opportunities struck an emotional chord with all of us, including me. Thinking along the same lines, FLO Hyderabad made Live Empowered our vision and Engage, Enrich, Enable our action statement. Over the year, from time to time, we evaluated, monitored, and retooled our processes to match, deliver, and drive our strategic imperative. To engage our members, we organized 13 power hours with 40 leading personalities from the healthcare, fashion, political, entertainment, sports, journalism, and social advocacy sectors. FIVA alone saw 14 women leaders talk about their mantra for success. To enrich the members, we facilitated 12 knowledge labs with professionals across a wide spectrum of specialties. 4 biz talks covering incubation and startup intelligence, 3 tea time talks that drew out the talents within our members, and 2 five-side charts with 3 past chairs. Under the National Health and Wellness Initiative, we launched Mental Health Initiative in association with Roshni NGO and organized a panel discussion, calming the mind by working with nature, the food-mood-gut connection, and mindfulness. We also organized a session on breast cancer awareness. In our Enable endeavor, aligning with National 3Cs initiative, we trained 225 urban workforce in how to start an online business in association with Sleepwell Foundation. And 105 boys and girls under Government of India's DDU GKY program, achieving 100% placement for 55 of them in the first round. We already have placement inquiries for the second round. We trained 110 women farmers in the manufacture of natural pesticides and vermicompost as part of our agriculture initiative. The FLO assisted brand Tirumani is definitely one of our enduring success stories under the village adoption endeavor. It brought together the last 16 practitioners of the dying art of cherrying and created revenue generation avenues for them across India. The wall murals created by the artists using natural materials are starting to dot the corporate, education, and hospitality landscape of Hyderabad and became part of our sustainable projects. Our members, be they solopreneurs, startups, or existing business owners, access the benefit of our incubation and mentoring efforts that included tie-ups with CRU-IIIT, IIT Hyderabad, VHub, and Indian Institute of Millet Research. I thank my core and executive committees at FLO Hyderabad for not letting the bleak prospects of the year flag their enthusiasm and spirit of doing good. Together, we achieved a corpus fund in fixed deposits of 43 lakhs, sponsorship received 46.7 lakhs, new memberships inducted 121, total membership of Hyderabad chapter 786. I thank FICCI FLO and FLO Hyderabad for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity of leading an organization that works at the intersection of innovation, foresight, social change, and resilience. My best wishes to incoming National President Ujjwala Singharia, incoming Chairperson FLO Hyderabad Uma Chigulupati and her team, and to all the chapter chairs taking over today. Thank you.
That was very well done, Usha. Thank you very much. Enjoyed that. And now we have YFLO Hyderabad with us, Apurva Jain, Director, Gokarna Limited, Stanza.
While the pandemic raged and social lockdown prevailed, FICCI, FLO and FLO shone like beacons of hope, using every platform possible to meet the need for learning and interaction.
I consider it a privilege to be able to thank all the dignitaries who have made it convenient and enriching over the past year. My deepest gratitude to our National President, Ms. Janvi Pookan, for being an inspiration to many and holding it all together through the roller coaster year that we've had. The eminent past presidents have set a benchmark to constantly have the organization scale new heights, which builds the core foundation, ensuring that we always do the right things in the right way. Thankful to these leaders. I would also like to express my sincere thanks to National Treasurer Lalitha Nijavan and her team comprising of Pushpender and Smriti, who have shown relentless support and keen interest in every initiative. Lastly, my thanks are due to the office and chapter treasurer Sujita Reddy, who have worked with great dedication and have a contagious motivational aura around them. Thank you to each one of you once again.
Thank you for that, Apurva. Being in Hyderabad and seeing how you both work together, FLO and FLO, was wonderful. It's a wonderful testimony to our working together, and that is how I think all our chapters should emulate. So good for that. And now we have with us FLO Delhi, Karishma Bedi, Executive Director, Metaphor Trade Links Private Limited. Karishma.
This year, we decided to explore, challenge, and thrive through COVID-19. We found a way to our members with online coffee mornings and found collaborative ways to build this community online, which resulted in over 20,000 views across our events. We chose to beat the stress, revel in our beauty with masks on, return to our roots, find inner strengths to govern our relationships and our businesses, ensure safety for our children, focus on the importance of mental health, redress fashion with creativity, commerce, and consciousness, and take a note from Generation Z on zero waste living. Accessorize our lives with contemporary jewels. Discover the power of our presence. We worked on body positivity and fitness. Did a deep dive into the meaning of self via art. Informed ourselves on the incoming vaccines. We hit our marks. Explored the arts of over 40 Indian artists from 4 galleries. Reveled in our culture and our design. And celebrated the indomitable entrepreneurial spirit of women. In line with our national initiative of Dekho Apna Desh, we undertook a retreat to Meghalaya where we explored the Khasi culture, challenged ourselves at the David Scott's Trail, and thrived at being one with nature. We launched our program FLO Fellows that was born from the premise that women need women. The ethos of FLO Fellows was built on community building, peer-to-peer learning, and very deep hand-holding. It has been our very own board of directors where we talk not just about our visions, our dreams, our problems, but also together find solutions and a way forward. Our social initiatives focused on working with the marginalized sections of society, aid children and sustainability. We worked with Katkatha, an NGO that works with women sex workers at GB Road, and in collaboration with Cremica Foods and Aza, bought them aid in the form of food, self-care and sustainable incomes with sewing machine. During the peak of the pandemic, Palna, under Delhi Council for Children Welfare, faced a shortage of supplies, and the YFLO community came forward to aid 70 children with daily essentials, food and medicines. In collaboration with the Nijhavan Group, we distributed 25,000 masks made by NGO Seva Bharti to a basti of underprivileged women. We planted over 5,000 trees at the Tughlakabad Biodiversity Park in collaboration with Ajay and Vinay Foundation, and raised money via a winter donation drive to buy 1,000 blankets for underprivileged children studying at STMC schools. This year, which has been like no other, has left me with tremendous learnings and humbled by the support, encouragement and love I have received from unknown quarters. And I do hope that as individuals and a community at large, we continue to explore, challenge and thrive. Thank you.
Well done. Well done, Karishma. And I'm glad that you made it to the Northeast with Dekho Apna Desh, with FLO, besides all the other very good work that you've done. And now from Delhi, we go all the way down south to Coimbatore, to Pritika Balaji, Director, Abscom Widgets Private Limited and Meta Maxis Solutions Private Limited. Pritika. very much for that, Pritika. Very well done. And now we have Chennai, Rinku Macheri, Director, Giving Matters Foundation. Over to Chennai, Rinku. Amazing work, Rinku. Just 10.5 months for all of us, isn't it? It's a great feeling. And now we have with us Bhubaneswar, the baby of the group, Dharitri Patnaik, Director, Diversified Energy Solutions Private Limited, the youngest chapter and the most prolific. So let's see this.
Namaskar, welcome to FLO Bhubaneswar's annual presentation for 2020-21. FLO Bhubaneswar was launched as the 17th chapter in April 2020 during the lockdown with 61 members. Thank you, past President Harjinder Kaur Talwar, for the faith and trust and in launching us. Thank you, President Janvi Pukan, Presidium, past presidents, chapter chairs, GB members, my chapter members, Rashmi Sarita, and the Secretariat. During this 1 year, we have embarked upon many initiatives to impact lives of women in various segments and sectors through skill development, knowledge and information sharing, mentoring, and financial linkages. We have aligned our work with the Sustainable Development Goals. This year's FLO Bhubaneswar's theme, Thrive, Transcend and Transform, guided our work. Our focus was on getting more women to the workforce as entrepreneurs or employees. We carried forward National President's vision of Village Adoption Program, 3Cs, Adopt an ITI, support to distressed weavers and artisans, and sustainable initiatives among others. We were able to reach 69,989 women directly during this year. The first FLO Orissa Award was launched by Honorable Chief Minister of Orissa. We also launched the only women talent show, Bhubaneswar's Got Talent. Our webinars provided knowledge and information on various topics to enable our members and women entrepreneurs to gain domain knowledge. Our policy brief on the status of women entrepreneurs was well received by the Honorable Chief Minister and was released by him. As a new chapter launched during the pandemic, our trust with Destiny led to working with women at various levels. We were able to make a difference to the lives of thousands of women of Odisha and establish FLO Bhubaneswar as a credible women chamber of commerce in the state. Wishing our national president-elect Ujjwala Singhania and her team all the very best. I'm confident my successor Sunita Mohanty and team will take FLO Bhubaneswar to newer heights. I would like to end with this quote. There is no force powerful than a woman determined to rise. Please watch the key achievements of various national and chapter initiatives that we were able to conduct in my tenure. Vande Utkal Janani, thank you.
Bravo. Dharitri, very well done. Thank you for that. Next, we have Bangalore, Jyotika Kalra, freelancer, artist, filmmaker, and definitely a sustainable muralist. Jyotika. Thanks very much for that, Jyotika, for taking us through your journey. Amazing. Thank you. And now we have Amritsar, Meeta Mehta, who's the sole proprietorship of Divine Chocolate Factory. Doesn't that sound just typically Meeta? Thank you for that, Meeta, and let's hear it. Your chocolates, I'm thinking about your chocolates now. Okay, but we'll go on to your presentation. Go on, Anshu. Enjoyed that thoroughly, Neeta. Thank you for that. And now we have FLO Ahmedabad, Taruna Patel, CEO, Motherburn Resorts and Spa, and EMTIC Engineering Limited. Ahmedabad.
Dear FLO National President Janvi Furkan, the Presidium, Secretariat, Chapter Chairs, and FLO Friends Pan India, good afternoon. As I sit here, I am thinking, how can I or anyone else show their 10 months of hard work of the chapter in mere 4 minutes of presentation? How is it possible to share the on-ground realities and delicacies of the actual toiling and turning work of the FLO teams during the COVID year in achieving all their initiatives and goals defined and designed? How can any chapter leave a lasting mark of their year's work on a just 4-minute screen time presentation? I think you all will agree with me if I say that the only way is by leaving footprints that can forever be followed, as the walk on this path, serving the masses, is long and hard, and there is no destination for doing good deeds in life. These footprints need a continuity with the changing teams, year after year, picking up the threads of work commenced by the ones before and to be continued by the ones after. Endlessly, these footprints need to be enhanced and etched to leave a permanent trail that also gives the mark of direction for those who follow and will always continue the trail year after year, picking up many branches along the way until these footprints become large enough to unveil the story of their journey etched in every footstep. The depth of each footstep tells the story. No words are needed, nor any presentation. With FLO, this is a journey without destination, and the one we have embarked upon as one FLO in our endeavor to forever create an embedded and lasting footprints. How FLO just keeps walking and walking the path, picking the fruits along the way, as there is no end. I too will continue walking to create the depth of my footprints, which will make a path for those who follow. Everything can change in life with tireless perseverance and quality of our decision making, which means every FLO member is responsible for her own actions and thoughts in taking these decisions. And how does one do that? Believe through mind, behave as per actions. Believe in your thoughts. Thoughts are your desires, thoughts are your dreams, and thoughts are your opportunities. Thoughts are waiting to be converted into your success story, as every woman has a success story to tell. Be that leader and tell your success story someday through your footprints. For me, I have my 4 Ds to follow. D to define goals of my life as a woman. D to design my life to achieve my dreams and goals. D to delegate work to myself, must move forward in achieving. D to deliver all my dreams to myself and goals as per the timeline of my life. My dear FLO friends, do not forget to dream, to make those footprints and leave a legacy that is not time bound by a mere 4 minutes of presentation. Thank you.
Beautifully said, Taruna. You can well modulated, well presented. And now we have FLO Ahmedabad, Priyanka Sanghi, Director, Hair Drama Company. Is a hair drama company? Good. Let's have a look at Priyanka now. Very well done, Priyanka. Congratulations. For our YFLO, we can see with all the young YFLO chapter chairs, you all are coming into flow and you're going to keep bringing that unique way of looking at things and the fresh approach that this organization will always need from you. Thank you very much for that. And now, Anshu, are you there? And are we ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes? Right. Okay. Let me just tell you girls once again what I keep telling my one flow, that coming in last year, worried about how on earth we were going to take this year forward, trying to even think that we should take this up a little later, maybe someday, but here we are and we did it. And that despair, the challenges, the trials, the failures, all those ideas which were in your head, all the personal problems as well. But you, my rock stars, my one flow, you did it differently. You believed in yourselves, you believed in each other. So that all the learnings, the innovations, the adaptations, the courage, the purpose, and now the sweet victory. It's such a pleasure to go through all your chapters. And I know that FLO has just seen your last quarter 2 weeks ago. And we all thought, why do we need to show them again? But see, if you put the year's work in just 4 minutes, still makes you feel good. And this is something you'll always carry on with your life and look back with satisfaction. Not only satisfaction, look back with the sense of responsibility that you've come so much, you can go further. And when I had come in and thought about each of us making a difference, and you all have proved it over and over again. And I know this lesson you will carry on in your life. So with all the national initiatives, which I dreamt about, but you made possible, I wanted to give an award to each one of you. And as is my style, and as the democratic way and by consensus only, I reached out to my Delhi GB members to tell me what work of yours resonated with what initiative and general work. Because I love you all, and all of y'all have done so much. In your own ways, you've made it so special that we've worked together. And the main thing, I think, end of the day is it has to be passion, that fire in your belly. Otherwise, no work is possible. And that y'all have proved. Y'all understood it. And unless you sort of resonate with the initiative and make it your own, it won't happen. But you'll have all done that in your own unique ways. So this is the list that my GB members have put together for what they think about each one of you. And here we want to give you our very own special felicitation for my 21 chapter chairs. It's a surprise for you, and let's see how it goes. And we'll get the animation rolling on it for all my chapters. So please keep watching. And I will let the curtain roll now. And Anshu, over to you. Okay, I wish that had stayed a little longer for everyone to get that, but let me read it out to you. That was for Uttarakhand, for consistent effort in the field of agriculture and for promoting low-cost organic farming. Thank you, Uttarakhand. 3 cheers to you. Next. And mind you, all the secretariat team are working from home. FICCI is locked down again. Ankurita is unwell. Right. There were too many things to choose from, it seems, but you're branding on the international platform for your film, Swayam Se. Anita got you this award from FLO. Thank you. 3 cheers. Yes, Manju. To Northeast, exemplary flood relief efforts. As you know, floods are a part of our annual disasters, and this I'm very proud that FLO could contribute. Thank you, and 3 cheers, Juhi. To Mumbai for exemplary hosting of the National Game Changers Award. Congratulations and 3 cheers to Malu. To Ludhiana for sustainable environmental practices for development of the green belt and the conservation of water bodies. 3 cheers to Ludhiana. To Lucknow for promoting sustainable environmental practices. 3 cheers to you, Pooja. To Kolkata for supporting underprivileged children with an occupational therapy center. Congratulations, Anira. 3 cheers. To FLO, Kolkata, exemplary member interface and promoting of brand flow. Thank you, 3 cheers. All the FLOs are in this category, by the way, because they work so well together and they've worked seamlessly. Congratulations. And next. Kanpur, for exemplary efforts in Teach Them Young initiative in the gender-based violence and cybersecurity. Congratulations and 3 cheers to Kanpur. To Jaipur for promoting digital literacy for grassroots women. 3 cheers. To Indore for promoting financial literacy to girl students. Congratulations and 3 cheers to Indore. To Hyderabad for promoting local arts and most impactful incubation cell practices. Congratulations and 3 cheers. For FLO Hyderabad, a common category for all you 4 FLOs, because all of you all have worked so well together. So the award is for exemplary member interface and promoting brand flow. Thank you. Congratulations.
Ma'am, you are on mute. Ma'am, you are on mute.
Sorry, how did that happen? Okay, was that FLO Delhi, right? The last one?
Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations, FLO Delhi. The same accolade goes to you as well. Exemplary member interface and promoting brand flow. Congratulations and 3 cheers for you. Yes, Anshu, next. Coimbatore for exemplary efforts in WCD training and in motor driving training. We basically mean for training girls and driving. Congratulations and 3 cheers to Coimbatore. To Chennai, exemplary efforts in mentorship initiative. Congratulations and 3 cheers for Chennai. For Bhubaneswar, dynamic new chapter with exemplary work in all FLO national initiatives. 3 cheers and congratulations. And finally, to Bangalore, branding excellence through sustainable waste murals. Thank you, 3 cheers and congratulations to Jyotika. Are we at the end of our list or have we left out anyone? No. And to Amritsar, promoting health awareness with the Cancer Prevention and Detection Initiative. Congratulations and 3 cheers to you. Ahmedabad, exemplary work in village adoption and promotion of tourism. Congratulations and 3 cheers to you. Have we covered our 21 rock stars or we have more? Okay. This is FLO Ahmedabad, exemplary member interface and promoting brand flow. Thank you, congratulations, and 3 cheers to you. Have I left out anybody or are we all covered here, Anshu?
I'm all covered.
We are covered, okay. So this is a very small token of love and affection from us. This has been entirely chosen by my GB members. This is what they think. They've had the toughest time possible. It was like choosing from a beauty pageant, and yours was so much more difficult. They didn't know what to award you in. So I said, just go with one, because we can't possibly have the designer was complaining throughout what long sentences. I said, yes, but there's so much we want to tell them. So that's it from our side. All of you all are special. All of you all are doing fabulously. And this is what the GB members think about your work. And all of us at FLO, and I know our past presidents are all watching your remarkable performance, one and all. Congratulations to all of you. I'm very proud to have led this team of 2020, this 2019 pandemic we have been through together. And I think finally we had a long day, all of you. Thanks very much for your patience. Thanks once again for having come together in this almost the final day, is it, of our meeting? And I hope it will not, we will always take it forward. And I do hope Anshu would unmute the girls, because it's very difficult to talk to a blank wall. If Anshu would do that for us. And let me see if there's anything left on the agenda. Tomorrow we start at 11 in the morning, and you've got your program sheets here, and your final day, when you will be handing over charge, but we'll always remain the mentors for the incoming teams. We'll always be ready to hold their hand and walk the way with you. And that is what I know you all will not fail in this. And your learnings and what we've all done together will always stay in our hearts. And it is very special being your president. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for it. So.
We love you, Janvi. We love you.
Janvi, and special mention to
all of India.
Cheers for Janvi. Hip, hip.
Thank you, Tabassum. Thank you so much for behind the scene activity. You've been working from home, and thank you so much for pulling this all so beautifully. Thank you, Rashmi. Thank you, Anshu. Thank you, Tabassum.
Yes, thank you to all of you.
And then I want to tell you about...
Girls, show yourselves. I'll do a picture.
Yes.
Yeah, come on, everybody.
Pooja
is the professional picture taker. Pooja, we all have to look good, okay?
There's a special round for Rashmi, Anshu, Tabassum.
Really?
Anshu and Tabassum, we'd like to see your beautiful faces.
Yeah, come on, Anshu, come on.
You can be done without them. Where are they all? Where are the others? Where about?
Yeah, switch on your video.
Official pictures for tomorrow, please.
Live telecast.
Yeah, this is the casual one. Yes, Rashmi's here. Hey, Rashmi.
Now have pulled up this bike. And what did you think about the bike platform today?
Oh, it was
very nice. Excellent.
Very nice.
Entirely at Rashmi's flawlessly. And I can't tell you, how she's pulled it off. With amazing.